Friendly reminder, please speak into the microphone.
That's so funny because a minute ago I was feeding back. I thought I was. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Okay, we are live. Everybody, welcome to the meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, August 16th at 4:05. Present at the moment are Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Poole, and Stephen Welch. We're still waiting on Val Oliver. So do we need to actually reorganize the?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda subject to commissioner comments and discussion and vote being organized to our pleasure at a later point.
That's a good motion. Okay, on Stephen's motion, Diane, guess what? At the moment, we do not have to do that. So all in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. So we're going to, I believe, bypass commissioner comments, and we are also going to bypass discussion and vote, the first two items on the agenda, until we get a full board. Now, anyone in the audience or on Zoom for that matter want to make any kind of a public comment, now would be the time to do so. Linda?
We've brought in the other, this isn't on?
It sounds like it might be.
No, it is.
I can hear that tapping.
Okay, we brought in 11, the other 11 of the project out there on Old South Road. And the
Okay.
last time you gave us a real quick Thursday meeting to go over most of the designs you've seen already. You know, the Richmond property.
Yes.
And we didn't want to bog everybody down with 11 of them on a regular agenda. So I just
I
didn't
know
know if
where
you
you're
wanted to
going.
run through an hour on a Thursday just to get them, bang them out, because you've
Okay.
seen almost all of them already.
All right, so I think we're not going to deliberate, but the concept of getting rid of Thursday was that it was not an every week event.
Right.
And we wanted to kind of hold that in reserve for things such as this. So what I would do, Linda, is I'm going to have staff, I'm going to circulate a memo and see who's up for a Thursday meeting. I would be fine with that.
Okay.
And we'll see what the, how popular that notion is. And if it is, we can just do a, kind of quick in and out. That's what Thursdays were supposed to be. And we're trying to return to that. So thank you, Linda.
Cool, thanks.
Okay. And if you don't see anything tomorrow, remind me. Okay. Thanks. Let's see, enforcement action on,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
you also have a hand up from Bruce
Oh.
Mandel.
Sorry. Bruce, you're recognized. You can, there you go, you unmuted. Name for the record for Terry and let us know what's on your mind. This is under public comment, of course, no deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. The Manic Advisory Board did not have a chance to meet this week due to not having a quorum, and the two items on it, the two properties on it were 20 Midland and 47 Eel Point. And I was wondering if those could be held over to the next week until you received our comments.
Generally, we don't do that. But if we get to those applications and we feel like that's necessary, we will hold it.
Okay, thank you, because one of them has an item that's in violation of the town code, and we just want to have a chance to
Okay.
try to solve that.
Well, all right. So if it does get heard, presumably you're going to be on or monitoring this. So we'll have to stay tuned on that. But we're not going to automatically strike them from the agenda at this point, Bruce. Thank you for your comments. All right, so now to enforcement.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
By a former HCC compliance coordinator
Yes.
made me aware that construction signs are acceptable because they're temporary structures, and it should have been updated on the sign book of August of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So this violation would be null and void if that's the case.
Okay. So what are, what is the
So
suggestion
I
here?
guess my suggestion is to void this.
In other words, we would take a vote to make the,
Not to
the-
send out the courtesy letter, I guess. would be
what's
my-
that?
Not to send out the courtesy letter that I
Oh,
was
so
gonna.
it hasn't yet been
No,
sent?
no,
Okay,
nothing has
so-
been sent. This was,
Okay, I think everyone gets it. Thank you, Esmeralda. Can somebody give me a motion on this?
I make a motion
Yeah, go ahead.
to void the 158 Polish Road David Construction courtesy letter, as it is not.
And the
in-
so-called violation.
Yeah,
Which
and it
apparently
is
is not in violation. Yeah, okay. So that is Diane's motion. Everyone in favor?
aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, we will now move along to our signs. Now, they didn't meet today, right? So-
they did not, but they were reviewed by staff and we do
Great.
have recommendations.
Perfect,
1 through 6 approved with conditions.
very good. On items, on the sign agenda, items 1 through 6,
So moved.
we have a staff approval on that with conditions. That is Stephen's motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Now, how about 7 and 8? there?
7, hold for more information.
Very good.
I make motion to hold 7 and 8.
More
on
information.
signs.
Okay. That is Diane's motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
And any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, we're good. Thanks a lot for that, Esmeralda. Okay, kids, I need to recuse from the consent agenda. Val, who is not here, does. Linda needs to recuse. Who else? Carrie would need to recuse. But Abby, I think you have a quorum, so, right? Am I good on, yep, good? Okay.
Do I hear a motion?
Can I just ask a question before we, I was wondering, who in the office usually okays these consents or goes over them or anything?
Esmeralda can answer that for you.
That would be me.
You do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is there one you want to?
And I send out the link every Friday, so these can be reviewed by the board. If you have any concerns, I can always take them off the agenda.
No, I just wondered, it was a lot, and I just wondered, you sort of break it down, otherwise you get stuck with them all.
But no questions on any
No,
of those?
not right now.
Okay, do I hear a
I
motion?
make a motion to approve 1 through 34.
Thanks, Diane. All in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
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 Thanks, Abby. I don't believe you had anybody opposed there. Okay, consent with conditions. Items 1 through 5. No one, to my knowledge, needs to recuse on this, so can I have a motion on
Make
consent?
a motion to approve 1 through 5 on
Consent with
consent with
conditions.
conditions.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Diane. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, very good. New business, Will Stevens. Let's see. Is Will on? We got it. You're done. I mean, you're probably not done, but yeah. Let's see if, okay, if we don't have Will Stevens, do we have Cotuit Solar on? All right, so then I believe we are to Linda and Woodmeister. Right? Okay, so let's just do some housekeeping right now. So can somebody please give me a motion just to hold items 1, 2, and 3
So
on
moved.
new business of, thank you, of July 19th for representation. Diane has made a motion to do so. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Great. Okay, Linda, 47 Milk Street.
What about 4?
What's that?
Did we just hold 1 through 3 or 1 through 4?
1 through 3,
But Cotuit Solar is number 4.
not on mine.
No, it's number 3 on mine.
Oh, I'm looking at the one online, sorry. Can't trust what you see on the internet.
No, you can't. It's those trolls out there reorganizing. Okay, let's see. Here comes our package. It goes without saying, Linda, that you're standing there and you are aware that you have a 4-person board on these. You're good.
Yeah,
Okay.
carry your balcony back in.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Actually, that is an interesting question because my understanding of the Mullen is that you need to have sat on the first application and you can miss any thereafter, but if you're not on the first one, you cannot be there.
Right, that wasn't the way we did it at the other board, but that may be something that somebody knows that I don't know, but.
Yeah, it's you have to be present for the first one, I believe. But there is the rule of necessity if we needed that. The Swiss
Okay.
Army knife. of
All right, so
rules.
we can pull somebody in then under that. Okay, so let's move forward.
All right, give you an overview.
Yeah.
I think Holly wants to add something. The HSAB
Definitely.
should never have heard it. It's not in their jurisdiction. Their comments were predicated on the fact that they thought it was on the interior side towards the monument as opposed to out towards the observatory on Milk Street. So
Oh,
they should
right.
not have heard it, so I'm going, if the comments are read into the record, I'm going to object. So I just want to put that on the table.
Okay,
So this is,
it's across the street from the cemetery.
yeah, but we're
Yeah.
not in the old historic district, we're
Mhm.
way beyond it.
Got it.
This is a lot, there were several lots that were subdivided by the family who owned it all for a long time. And we have an existing house, I believe this is the new house, going where the existing house is. If you go to the site plan, I think that'll be more helpful to you. We have an existing house up there, which is moving down to the front. Now, previously, when Matt McEachern was doing this project a few years ago, this board allowed the existing house to move forward up to the street, to the left side as opposed to the right side where we're moving it now. So that's why you will see the house up and moved already, waiting on this approval. And what we're doing is constructing a new house where the other house went. We have more than enough ground cover. We have more than enough ground cover. We have more than enough setback. So we're putting a new house up on the rise there. It's only about a foot and
Excuse
a
me,
half
Linda, I
higher.
hate to interrupt, but I got it, what I think is a good idea. Our 5th member has just arrived. And so this is really the first, no problem, but
I'll start
this is
over.
the first real application that we're reviewing, and we're not concerned, but just the fact that we started out with a 4-person board. So you're here, Linda kind of just got it started. Catch your
47
breath,
Milk.
Val, and I would like Linda for you to start over, just so that we have
As soon as she
everybody in
gets
on this.
organized.
What?
As soon as she gets organized.
Why did I think it was 30?
I thought it was 5, but 4 o'clock gets me every time.
I was getting snacks.
It says right on the first page of
I
the
know it does,
agenda.
but I keep thinking in my head it's 5 o'clock.
Okay, all right, folks.
All right, you all ready, Val?
I'm usually what screws up with that.
Val, we're at Milk Street, across the street from the
I
little.
know where we are.
Okay, very good. Oh, that's right. You
Okay,
pre-reviewed.
we have an existing house, which is in the middle of the lot,
Yes,
and we're moving it forward. When Matt McEachern, who's back there, got it a couple of years ago, he was able to move the existing house forward, but to the other corner. We're moving it to the other corner, but pretty much in the same line as the other house with some modifications made to it, a little additions coming off, things like that.
Linda, I'm sorry, I'm already confused.
All right,
So
up
I'm
where the
looking
big
at-
house is.
Hang on. I'm looking at an aerial with the existing house, kind
Yep.
of right where the property dog legs.
Yep.
And you're saying that Matt got approval earlier to move that house closer to the road,
See where
where
the,
your current proposed guest house
but on the
is.
other corner, we just moved it to this corner. He got approval to move it to this corner. We got approval to move it to that. We're looking for approval to move it to the other corner.
Oh,
So it's just
okay,
going this way.
still close to Milk Street.
Still coming
I
up,
thought you
yeah,
meant
outside the setback.
the other end of the lot or something.
And then we have a new house going where the old house was. You can
Yes.
see them overlaid. And we're putting a garage behind the existing house when it moves forward. And then way in the back, we're putting a pool behind the house, which isn't visible. I've given you a lot of pictures. And a pool house, which is way in the back and down the grade, going back down the hill where you can't see it from anybody else. So I think the first thing you had was the new house.
Yes.
Yep.
We're looking at the new house. on,
Exactly.
Milk Street.
And you can see the grading. We've had bracken out there multiple times on the grading. So you can understand how the back end of that lot drops off pretty quickly. And we had to massage that to some extent on the pool house in the back because of the grade change, so it didn't go over the height requirement. Only one side can be over 30 feet, going to 32 feet, and we had to sort of mess around with it back there to get it to fit. But you can see that the grade is changing maybe 18 inches up and down because it's not a flat lot. And we're not adding a lot of fill, we're just leveling it out so we can get a flat surface for the house moving forward, the garage, and the new house. So that's pretty much explains Bracken's plan up there. You want to go to the next page? I'm not sure what you have on the next page. Oh, there it is. And there's the house. Okay, it's pretty simple. I don't know what else to say about it. We've got a porch coming across the front to sort of break it up, and then the side, that's the least visible side of all, and the east side, that's the rear, which isn't visible from anywhere, and that's the east side. But that section on the right is set back behind the proposed main body of the house. And it's sort of an indoor-outdoor space, which is why I made them put the screen on the right, which is that black section, just so you could see that that is open. But in the summer, they'll roll the screens down because there's substantial wetlands way in the back, not on our property, but way behind us. And mosquitoes can get rather rabid out there. So that section is also not that visible, if at all, from Milk Street. And we've got a pretty heavy duty screening all the way down the lot between us and the guy at next to us to the east. He's also got a smaller structure in front and a larger structure in back, and had a tremendous amount of activity improvements on that lot. So we're sort of in keeping with their construction, where their main body of the house is and where their ancillary structure is towards the street. So that's that. I don't know if anybody got out there to see the site.
Okay, Linda, just with respect to the house, main house presentation, which is under review right now.
Yep.
Have you concluded?
Yeah, I'd like to hear comments from everybody, but
From us? Well,
fairly simple structure.
okay, so I agree. Linda has pointed out that if HSAB reviewed this, it is out, I think we all are aware that this is outside of HSAB territory. However, did you want to make staff comments on this?
I actually did not read it due to that comment.
Okay.
At
All
the
right.
end of the day, it goes around the cemetery. It doesn't include this side of the street. So
Right.
we didn't realize that until after.
Okay, fair enough. So then I will open it up to board comments, and Abby, you would like to begin?
Yeah, I am ready. So Linda, I like the design. I just have just a few things to massage. It feels like the second story is squished by the roof with those two doghouse dormers.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure how you would change that, but I also thought the windows were a little bit small. And maybe if they were, a couple inches, one size up, I think it would work better,
Okay.
especially for that second story. And I feel that the right side, the additive massing is on the second story is a little sort of bare. So I wonder if you don't want something up there.
Abby,
some
on this
detail.
side or the east side?
On the right-hand side, I guess it's east, yeah. But I would like to hear what other people have to say about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Who would like to go next?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I think the basics of this house are appropriate. I would just make some comments that I know.
Excuse me, I'm back.
Sorry.
Thank you, Val.
Some basic things just need to be tweaked that we generally ask for. One is that the porch roof and beam system or post system has a lot of space above the windows, and there should be some sort of beam in there somewhere. The second floor windows don't go all the way to the eave line, so you either need a freeze or to drop that roof wall down.
And I said that to them all along.
Yeah, and that would be great. I think that the gable dormers would be maybe more successful as shed.
Okay.
I agree with Abby about the plain,
Above the porch there.
yeah, maybe
Okay.
some little transom lights or 6 lights or something.
Okay.
And then my only other real concern, see or not see, is that there's a dormer with no windows in it.
It does have below the railing, there's a way to get out to it. It's not actually a dormer. That's, I'll have
Well,
to
it's
explain
shown
it
as
to
a
you.
dormer with no windows, and it looks like solar panels on the roof,
All right,
so,
no solar panels.
that is a concern for me. But I think the massing is fine, and I'll turn it over to Diane.
Yeah. I agree with what has been said, definitely on the dropping of the ridge to bring the windows into line on all the things. Maybe it would be good to make the windows a little bigger to fill up the space. It just seems to be a lot of space. And the shed dormers, I think, on the west elevation, it doesn't have that much that I would be concerned about. On the north elevation, I've looked into the interior and everything else, and I don't understand that dormer or whatever at all. And I'm not sure about that retractable screen on the garage. Does that mean it's winter and summer, it's going to be a retractable screen that goes up every time they go in, or exactly what is that going to be? And then the last elevation, the east elevation, is that skylight
Where are we?
on the east elevation over the retractable?
Yes, that is a skylight in the back.
Is it for use for anything more than light?
Light and air. It's not visible from Milk Street.
It's not visible from anywhere?
No. You have to airlift into the back of this lot.
No, it's just if it was visible, I would turn it so it ran in the same direction as the garage rather than sort of against it. And the, on top of the French doors, you have all those windows.
Oh, transoms?
Yeah, but you say you can't see this
It's
elevation.
it's about 15, 20 feet back from the edge that way. So it's behind the building, but pushed away from coming out of town direction. So it's on the left side, right side of the rear, but left side looking at the house.
So you won't see it.
Uh-uh.
Okay, then I have no problem.
Mr.
With
Chairman,
that.
can I explain what that screen thing is? It's an indoor-outdoor porch, but I had them show the screen so you could see that those screens are gonna be down. So it's an indoor-outdoor space, like an indoor patio kind of thing. And that rear dormer is actually an inset into the dormer, which is why you can't see the windows. They didn't want a roof walk because they thought that would make the house just too tall and too prominent. So we built a dormer, so from the sides, it looks like a regular dormer, but you can't
I'm gonna-
see it from the back.
I'm gonna actually talk about that in
Yeah, because
my
you walk
comments.
into it from inside
I-
that
I-
third floor.
But there's no
understand.
exterior windows or
I think they're this way,
Okay, so anyway,
kind of funky.
hang on, Diane,
Yeah,
had you concluded?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Stephen?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add, and you're going to touch on the thing that I wanted to touch on in particular, so I'll just leave it.
Well, if I don't
I'll-
get it
I'll ask-
fully,
Yeah, I'll ask.
jump in there. Okay, so there's a few things, half a dozen things or so that concern me about this project, or perhaps it's more the drawing style.
Yeah.
One is the front porch should really have a beam, not just a roof sitting on top of posts.
Posts,
That's
yeah.
not the way it's done around here. Two, the rake trim and the eave trim, I'm looking at the east elevation now. The way that this is drawn would sort of have us thinking that the rakes are done out of flat 1x12s, which it just, again, is seriously not done here.
Upright.
So I'd need to see more detail, what the real rake size is, the
Yeah.
shingle line, all that. And to get more comfortable with that, I don't want this to feel like a big blocking
Slab,
thing.
yeah.
Three, another thing nobody ever does out here is puts an apron underneath the sill on the windows. That should disappear. Four,
Run that by me again, I'm gonna have to explain this to him.
yes. Okay,
Do I have a? piece
everybody
I can
has
see?
aprons on underneath the sill of
Right.
the interior of windows, but nobody has aprons under the sills of exterior.
Okay.
Nobody. So those have to go. Particularly, I'm going to assume that the color on this house is white.
Yeah, most everybody out there.
Yeah, so then it's
That'll make it
really a
worse.
no-no.
Yeah.
Okay, and same thing with my trim comment, my rake,
Yep.
thickness of rake comment. Now, so this cut-in deck on the third floor, so I think personally, I would like to accept my failings at being on this board as well as successes. And one of them is a house out in Nantucket where there's like this connector roof, single-story roof that connects a garage second floor and a main house second floor. It's over by Tennessee.
Yep.
And what we approved looked like a gable from both sides, but it was a breezeway connector. So we never actually saw that it's a walkway
Yep.
between the second floors of the two areas. And so I'm driving through Nantucket, and what I see is what I think is a roof, but it's kind of rendered as a roof, but there's all people standing up on top of it. There's like half a dozen people standing up there drinking. So I don't want that to happen here. I think that, and the Comcast thing. The Comcast building where we approved the big shed roof coming off and said, okay, well, you need air in there, so let's leave the roof off because no one will see it. Well, the fact is, when you're on Milestone Road, you can see it. You can see that there's a cut in it. There's a lot of vegetation there, but the fact remains. So I would be very concerned about that if it were in any way visible, not just the cut in the roof, but the fact that we're pretty sure that there's going to be people recreating up there.
But
We
there's
dropped-
no doors or windows. How do they get to
Okay.
the deck?
To me, that doesn't matter. I mean, like, they're making a deck so that it can be used, right?
Yeah,
So
something
somehow
like
they're
that.
going to get to
I
it.
think it's on the sides, Val, somehow coming from the sides, but as
Okay,
far as
but-
people standing on it, Ray, I brought that up to them 100 times, and we dropped the floor, so you'd have to be a 7-foot Will Chamberlain kind of guy.
Okay, well,
Be able to
if
be
they're into
seen
nude
over the top of the
sunbathing or
ridge.
something and they want privacy, great, but
No, it's on the third floor plan.
Yeah.
I don't see anything.
okay.
It's labeled down.
So let me just finish now. And then the other thing that I'm concerned about is the fact that the first floor is 7 inches above grade.
Yeah.
So usually when that's done, it's a slab on grade, but they have a whole foundation going in here. And so either they're doing a massive mud block to get it down that low, or something's wrong.
It is a mud sill.
Okay, well, it'd have to be a very ambitious one, so.
Well, that's why
And,
we
and
have
these
the
guys
engineer.
build houses, so they know what I'm talking about. So those are my comments. Did I cover the?
You covered actually two more than I was gonna do, so cheers.
All right. So,
Hold for
what do you say,
revision.
folks? Sound good?
Few
Abby's made a
revisions.
motion all for revisions, and we get to take a voice vote. All those in favor of Abby's motion to hold for revision, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Fantastic. How about garage move on site and
That's
reno?
actually the existing house move on site.
The one you were just talking about?
Yeah, that's not, the garage is later on.
Okay,
So this is the existing house moving on site.
all right.
And that's going to the front, that's going to Milk
Up
Street
towards the
front.
street.
As Linda said earlier, Matt got it approved for the other side, which I believe is the west side, and then we'll just want to move it a little bit over to the east side.
I think we beat him up pretty good on it.
Did we beat him up? I can't remember.
I need the same board sitting on
Matt
the
brought us some snacks.
Oh, no, he's just, so he's.
Really?
Yeah.
Man.
Wow.
Very nice.
you
I
have
brought some
What's he
upstairs.
looking
You have
for?
some-
HDC, we love emoluments.
Emollients. I think that's a
Oh, this is.
crossword puzzle.
Okay, Linda.
Okay, here's the house, moving forward. I put a whole list on the application page, I don't know if you can see it up there. It's moving forward, we're moving the deck from the street side to the rear. We're taking off an addition on the left side, if you're looking at it from the street. We are putting a foundation under it, and it's a crawl space at the moment, I'm putting a full foundation under it. There's no exterior entrance into the basement. I argued about that, but that's what they want. They don't like bulkheads. And
Don't
pretty
blame 'em.
much, that's it. There's some things coming off the stairs, obviously have to be rearranged a little bit because they're coming off a different way. But otherwise, the main body of it's coming. Now, that's the existing structure with it. And we're moving the deck to the rear. Yeah. So you can't see it. And then that left thing is coming off, and obviously we're replacing windows and trim. Nothing much has been done to it for a long, long time. And so that's pretty much it. We're gonna match the colors between the two buildings.
Okay, Linda, thank you. Anybody?
So the
us a second.
south elevation is on Milk.
Yeah,
Yes.
right now it is actually sideways to Milk. So you got this a little addition on left facing Milk Street, and this, for some reason, that front door faces east. So now we're just gonna reorient the building so it has a presence on the street, so the front door actually faces the street, like it was approved before.
What's
So
up?
Linda, what's not clear is there's this red that says demo, new windows, blah, 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 but is the windows going back in the same
Yeah,
configuration? That's not clear.
they're same rough openings, we're just replacing all the windows because they're Brosco and
What
not
are
in
they?
good shape.
Are they 6/1, 6/6s?
They're 6/6s. What's the main?
No, they're
Uh,
taking out. the
6
ones
over
that
Taking
one.
out the 6/6s and then matching the 6/1s on the rear. So we're replacing all the windows because they're Brosco and they're not in good shape.
That's a good question
Yeah.
for you. The house we just, we're revising, that was 6/6, correct? They were
6/6 or
yeah.
6/1s?
No, they were just 6/6s. And these have 6/1s.
Well, they're gonna be replaced to match the original bill. This,
Okay, so the-
6/1s, Abby, if you go back to that other one, I don't know where Esmeralda just had it up. There's 6/1s on the new structure. We're gonna go to 6/1s on the front structure so they match, so it doesn't
Oh,
look
okay.
odd.
Okay. Okay, so they'll all be 6/1s?
Yep.
Okay. Questions, comments?
I'll go.
Thanks, Phil.
I appreciate the reuse of a structure, and I think that the proposed alterations are an improvement.
Oh, I love to hear that.
Okay. Excuse me. Thank you, Val. Anybody else?
I just, could I go?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, Linda, it says the height is 29.3.
Yes.
And this is sort of, is this the guest cottage?
Becoming.
I guess it will be
Okay,
a guest
okay.
cottage, but it'll be one on the street.
It's just that the main house was also 29.3, and I'm just wondering, do we need some hierarchy of heights here instead of everything?
Well, we can't really do a new main house at 22 feet, so that's why I wanted them to move this one forward and the garage behind it, which sort of blocks the other structure, and then we've got a substantial amount of screening going in. So it was kind of hard to do that. I didn't want to cut this structure up. I wanted to keep it.
Hey, Linda, excuse me for interrupting, but this kind of raises an interesting point. If we look at the site section that Bracken prepared,
The sideways one?
and where you have elevations above sea level, right? Well, I'm looking at a guest house that is every bit of 5 feet ridge height lower than the main house.
Yeah.
And if I remember, the height of the main house is called out in the drawing was the same as this guest house, which is 29 and change. And I'm not seeing 5 feet of grade change between those two buildings to account for the 5 feet. So something's not right.
Yeah, because that's my original conversation with it, was about that particular issue. And I said, when I looked at Bracken's side section, I'm going, because the
I mean,
road is actually, the lot starts at the top of the hill where the existing house is, then it does this, and then it does this towards the street. So
Right.
we're trying to figure out a level place to put it
Right,
up
so
front.
I'm in agreement with pretty much all of that, but like the grade, kind of, sort of, more or less, is at 45
Yep.
for both buildings with, a very slight difference, really slight. Certainly not 5 feet. That would be what's indicated on the roof, the peak of the roofs
Okay,
in the section. Okay, so,
I'll run that by him again.
sorry, let's see, where were we? Abby, so good point on that. Anything else?
No, I just, if it's a long skinny lot, there are going to be a lot of buildings, 1, 2, the pool and the cabana. I just don't, I don't want to drive by Milk Street and see a line of buildings, so maybe you could tweak those a little bit.
Well, just to,
Somehow.
through you, Mr. Chairman, the house that's next to us built a straight line back. There's a very substantial structure on the road next to this house where it's moving. So you will not be able to see through that structure, plus the alterations they made to their structure, because that's
You know what
almost
would
a
be
solid
helpful?
line. So a view is a good idea for you guys to see
Well,
that
and
guy.
also you could always place where the neighboring houses are on the 2 lots that are shown abutting this. That would be
I
helpful.
did view, and there's nothing but vegetation right now, so.
No need to.
Well, look at 45 when you guys drive by it.
So
I'll give you an aerial on it.
Abby just showed me the aerial photo, and it's interesting because the aerial photo would have the other building and the neighboring building further back.
Yeah, I gave you a pretty substantial array of photos.
Yeah, I see it, but there's no need to.
Okay.
That one, the photo that you have is not the current construction on that lot at 45. So you're gonna have to go take a look at
Okay.
45.
Thank you. Abby, continue.
Oh, no, I don't have anything else.
Are
to
you
say.
done? Okay. Stephen, ready?
Yeah, I really don't have anything to add. You hit the height. And the only comment I'd make is on that deck that's more than 8 feet, but it's existing and it's going to the back of the structure, but a nod to John McLaughlin on that one.
Nothing round on the building.
So
Okay.
it's a charming little building.
Thank
And
you.
they're keeping it.
And they're
Yeah.
keeping it.
And I'm
Diane?
not moving it
Yeah.
off site.
All right, it's Diane's turn.
My only thing is the height of the buildings. And I think that the 2 around the corner, there should be one that's smaller than the main house. Is that funny porch on the north side, which you can't see, so it's kind of weird, but otherwise I appreciate the taking the stairs off and all that stuff.
Okay.
Just
Thank
on the
you,
height.
Diane. Stephen, yes.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing how this structure is 29 and a half feet tall. If you look at the elevation of the front, it's not,
Yeah,
It doesn't
it's-
look like
it-
that,
it
but that's
doesn't.
what
There's
it
no-
And
says.
does anybody have a scale here? I was thinking, bring one, of course I
and
forgot.
it's like a 12/7 pitch roof too, so
Yeah.
it's like 20 feet, so it's only coming up
Okay,
70
so
inches.
Linda,
on
I
it.
thank you, Stephen, because
I'll
I
double check
think
that height
that's
on it.
definitely the case.
I talked to him about the height.
Let's see, Diane, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't mean to
You were
interrupt.
all set, right? I don't-
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
just,
think you
if
did.
you got a scale, we can see what the height is.
It's measuring at 26.
Ah,
Don't
So-
spoil your supper.
So-
Pizza at
that
5:30.
would- No, yeah, I'm not going to. So,
Also,
yeah,
The thing for Bracken, because he was just concentrating pretty much on the grading issue, not on the heights of the structure, so I'll revisit that with those guys.
okay, very good.
What did it come out as? What did it scale as?
26.
That's what I thought.
Which, is much more feasible. And so, but let's pretend for a moment there was 29. So my comment is, this is one of those interesting sort of conundrums where we have an existing building, people frequently want to move an existing structure. We all want to reuse, recycle. It actually makes the most sense to be moving it on the site. Like in terms of our success rate with moves, I would say there's 90% success rate moving it on site and a 10% success rate moving it to some other site because of the logistics. So given all that, and the assumption that when you move a house like that, that's going to become the guest house, then we have to really kind of think long and hard about the rule about the guest house differential. Having said that, I wouldn't mind seeing, if this is what it is, but it's not 29, no, it's more like 26. That's good. It's also attractive, simple building. I will say that. That, we shouldn't be so hard and fast with the rule when one of the structures is being reused. That's all I want to say. Val.
I think that rule, as the 8 foot from the wall rule, were put in place for structures that were in the wide open, so that there was some hierarchy when you looked at them.
Yeah.
But in each case, I think we have the ability to decide that, because are we gonna see them all at one time? And the deck usually is integrated, but if you can't see it, so.
Yeah, the 8 foot rule, I'm certain, came out of the Tom Nevers, not to
Yeah.
disparage Tom Nevers, but you'd get a gable box with an 8 foot deck or a 10 foot deck appended to it. And it didn't look particularly good. So
Poor Tom.
I appreciate the rule.
I
Or
provide
Tom.
in the name of sustainability. I'd love to
Okay,
see the building kept.
Yeah.
all right, so are we gonna, can somebody give a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Oh, okay, that sounds good. It was a surprise, but I don't mind the sound of that, particularly now that we know it's not 29 feet. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, let us correct the
Yes.
building height on, that's part of Stephen's motion. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, you got an approval. Let's try the cabana. Oh, actually, sorry, pool and hardscape.
Can we look at the cabana first?
Sure. Let's do the cabana first, okay?
Just if there's
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
structures.
The cabana is probably the least visible, but it's up or going down the other side.
I was
so
gonna assess for that and then the garage and then the pool, so.
Garage is like garage. It's actually a garage.
I actually like that sequence. So we'll do cabana now, then garage.
Did I see somewhere it said Jeep garage
Uh,
or garage shed?
No, did it
These
really?
guys are all
You're
I love the one that comes in and it says Jeep shed,
Yeah.
AKA garage.
okay. I can put a Jeep in it.
It's military talk.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Oh, did I already let the record reflect that our friend Jesse Dutra has joined us? I think that was probably at least 10 minutes ago.
Well, so every building on this site is 29.3.
Well, the front of this building is 16 feet, but the back of the building, which is dropped off, is the
There's little
29.
grade
Scale.
changes.
Oh, yeah.
26
Really
to
is.
27.
And this one you can't see at all because it's so far away from the street and
We
it's blocked
have
by the other
certain
structures
rules.
and it's going over the hill.
And it doesn't look like a garage below.
It's a walkout kind of thing, Val, below it.
It's got French doors.
Yeah, you walk out. The garage is over
Hang
there
on,
to the
folks.
left.
We are, let me make sure, we're reviewing the
The cabana.
pool cabana right now, right?
Yeah, I think it's too big as a pool cabana, sorry.
Well, there's a,
I could tell
Studio
that
and
was
his
coming
office are in
because
there.
Val's led it up, Linda led it out with.
39 by
boy.
28.
For a pool cabana.
Yeah, okay, so Val's starting into it. Why don't you finish if there's any more you would like to say?
I think it's a gross exaggeration of the pool.
well, there's a lot
Okay.
more going on in there than that, obviously. It's a studio and his office and an exercise
Okay,
center
hang
for
on.
kids.
Let's kind of refrain from the back and
All right.
forth.
That's where the
So,
kids are going.
Val, do you want anything else or just the
No,
size?
now, I was all happy with the first two, and now I'm thinking this is a gross overuse of.
The other shoe has
Yeah,
dropped.
and
Okay.
to me, it's like a Duke's Road situation.
Potentially, yes. Thank you, Val. Diane, you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
This building, I sent this back to you to say this is coming in at 29.6.
At the
And
rear, Diane, at the
I
very
don't
bottom,
care.
over there.
I don't care. If it's okay if I
Yeah, let's let,
finish up.
yeah, thank
And
you.
it's too big, and the use of the deck is bad. I don't know, it shouldn't go to the edges, it should, the French door should be in the middle to give it some balance with the three windows on the top and then the sort of incidental windows and then the French doors. I think that it's too tall. If he wants to have a studio, call it a studio. If he wants to have a pool house, then call it a pool house. But this to me is not a pool house. It is yet another residence. Is there a kitchen in it?
No,
Bathroom?
I assume there's a bathroom for the gym.
All right.
And
All right. Anything else, Diane?
oh, you got, it encompasses a lot. That's what I would say.
Okay. Thank you. Stephen, you ready?
Yeah, I guess I'd just say that to the extent it's going to be visible, the fenestration is a little wacky, which is to say it's inconsistent. And I think it should track, again, to the extent it's visible, the house. And so in particular, taking a look at, I don't know, what elevation's the closest for you guys?
The south is the
Dealer's
one that
choice.
faces the street.
So the south is a great one.
The north faces back into the rest of the lot, which you
Right.
can't see from.
Hang on, Linda.
So
Go.
again, to the extent it's visible, you've got two different window types. The door types don't match. This could also be the drafting. It could be their CAD system. But they're not, that's just not typical details and proportions. On this side, it looks like a cabana. The shower enclosure is not as typically drafted, but again, to the extent of visibility. And I don't recall what the eave and the rake overhangs were on the main house. Do they track this
I'll
look?
make sure they do, because I don't think they do at the
Because
moment.
I don't recall seeing this style. It
Correct.
just looks completely different.
Yeah, the trim
Hang
detail's
on, Linda,
different.
please.
And then I'll leave
Stephen.
something for our chairman.
You all set then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel too.
Really agree with all the comments that have been made regarding its size. Down to Val's comment about the potential for this being a Duke's Road incident, I do see the same, I have to share that concern.
What's
The
the
oth-
road in back, do you know?
Mount
There isn't
Vernon.
one.
So,
Some lane.
all right, guys, thank you. The deck as rendered over the interior space has far too many posts, particularly if it's painted white. The drafting is like bad. I'm having a difficult time with the line weights and so forth. The railing does not appear to be code height, but I wouldn't know because it looks like maybe there's some kind of a water board down at the bottom of this whole thing. I meant that wrong. What do we call that? Water board is.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, it's a runaway waterboard.
Runaway waterboard. Oh, and then all of my comments regarding no apron, size of rake, etc., that I said on the new house would apply on this. Those are my comments.
Oh, and the box.
Can I make a couple
The box
comments?
rate detail.
You forgot me.
What was
We
that?
don't typically do.
The boxing, yeah. So really, the details of the exterior trim need to be finessed. Thank you, Stephen. Abby, yes.
Yeah, I didn't make any comments yet, but.
Oh my gosh, that's
That's
right. Sorry. Yeah,
No,
oh.
no, so I was just going to say that, yeah, it's a steep drop. It says something like 27,
Yeah,
and
I
then,
think it's like 8
you know,
feet.
the house is at 46, so that's sort of scary. But I also think, you know, it's kind of shoehorning back and maybe take some width out of it. I think it's 28 feet wide, maybe sort of make it a little more the right
Diminutive?
size.
Is that it, Abby?
Yep.
Okay,
Val.
now I'm ready for a motion.
Well, Val has a.
Oh,
I
Val's
have
got it.
something else to say.
Oh, okay.
I want to know what the street is behind it, something lane, it's cut off. I can't place it.
I don't think there is a street behind it.
Well,
Look
yeah,
at the
there is.
locus
I mean,
map.
not, that's New Lane.
It says it ends with an A. Something ends with an,
Oh,
not
Saratoga.
that, the map.
Saratoga?
Listen, I'm almost
No.
positive.
There's no road behind
You
it.
guys,
There is a road.
it's right here.
Where?
Oh, not New Lane. That's,
It's a paper road that's now disappearing. It was taken
No.
at town meeting.
Something lane, and I'd like to see some height poles because this shows we do not need a repeat of that.
And I
Right.
was just gonna ask you if you wanted a height pole on this container.
I want a height pole and I want to know what size. It says retaining by others, but I'm sorry, that could be a 10-foot retaining wall.
okay. I have an answer to your question.
Okay.
First of all, part of it is Vestal. And then as you're going down Vestal, there's a road, a dirt road that comes out of there that's one way in this direction towards Milk Street. You can't turn off of Milk Street and go down it because it's so
Saratoga.
narrow.
Saratoga.
What?
Saratoga.
Saratoga, thank you. That's the
But it's
road.
far away.
But that's
a
not
quarter of a
a,
mile away.
Saratoga isn't a
That's
No,
dirt
over
no,
road.
here
no.
somewhere.
Isn't that right here?
No,
No.
No,
no, way up
Saratoga
It's not
is
right
the-
there.
Right here.
Intersection.
It's on your
Oh, yeah,
locus
Saratoga,
plan.
but that's like
Way over
6-7
there.
houses down.
Right,
Look
but we're
at the
talking about
locus
this
plan
visibility.
that you
Oh, I see what you're
provided.
saying.
Okay, sorry.
I see what you're saying.
Holly, did you want to say something?
I just put Saratoga up too, but this is Saratoga right here.
Yeah.
And here's the locus,
Yeah, exactly.
so it's
So my apologies. I thought Val was saying there was a road behind, on the backside of the lot.
Right.
Oh, no, no,
No,
no,
no,
no,
no.
no. You have to look through another,
I
but
getcha.
if it's going down and then back up, which it's clearly doing there, and all that is a wetland in between, I'm
Yeah, I was
almost
gonna question
positive.
that
Yeah.
wetland.
You know,
Below.
could you see from the corner of Vestal and Saratoga right across?
no, because there's too much going on. You can't touch it.
Okay,
I'll take a picture.
but
No, no
anyway,
picture. I want a pole.
let's,
Well, I'll put
Oh,
the pole
oh,
up, Val, but I'll take
let's
a picture.
have a
from back
view.
there.
that's a good idea. We do have an existing house there.
Can we just resolve, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
where the pole, what reference point the pole is relative to the
Somewhere
plan?
that's related to this house.
Right, do we want the deck
The pool
so we can
house.
see the top of the retaining wall? Do we
I'd
want
like
the,
to see,
what do we-
um,
which corner?
Both ends, Val.
both corners
Yeah.
facing Vestal.
Yep.
At the peak,
Okay, and
Okay.
what about the retaining wall?
and I'd love to see, yeah,
The
more
deck.
on the retaining wall.
Yeah,
We really have
retaining wall.
nothing.
Fool me once. That was
the
not
front
directed at
guest
you, Linda, by the
cottage.
way.
Oh, okay.
This time.
Yeah, right. Okay, so Val, do you want to craft a motion from that?
Motion to hold for more information on the retaining on both sides of this structure and some identifying height poles to show the roof line on the structure so that we can look from both streets and see what we can see with some sort of marking on top, like a tag or something.
Okay,
You want
Red
an orange-
guys.
An orange flag? there?
Yeah.
Hot red orange tip.
thank you for the motion, but I do want to,
And other changes, right?
on the motion, make note that the wall that's running down a large portion of the east side of this lot, I'm looking at a top of the wall, bottom of the wall thing, and I'm seeing bottom of wall at 27, top of wall 34.5. That is a 7.5-foot high wall. So yeah, that seriously needs to be evaluated critically.
Good call.
And what is the floor elevation they're aiming for? Because it's clearly not following the grade.
Oh,
No,
it can't. It's too steep.
And
you
what's
mean
it
the
gonna-
the
What's it
first
gonna be
floor,
made
third
out of?
floor?
What
Yeah.
kind of stone is it gonna
I mean, are
be?
they
Well-
trying to make it the same height as Milk Street?
Right.
Well, it's called out top of foundation is at 44.5, which is, you know, up
Higher
there.
than,
Yeah, that's the elevation of the house, which is 46. Okay, in that motion, did you ask for revisions as well? Val?
yeah,
Okay, sorry.
and more information.
Can you give it to me again? That's not for me, it's for Terry.
Motion to hold for revisions and more information, as well as posts or poles indicating the structure from side to side at its highest point and retaining information, real retaining information, what those walls are going to be and how that's going to play into this building on
Excellent.
the site.
Okay, Val, thank you. I think that covers it. All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, sounds good.
Garage.
Listen, I think at this point,
I'd like to get the garage. out
the
of the way.
garage,
That's the
because
simplest
pool and
structure on the
hardscape, I
plan.
really believe should track, given what we
Garage is
just
really
discussed. What?
Actually, a garage.
I heard that it was a Jeep shed.
Jeep shed.
No, I'm not claiming there's gonna be a Jeep in there.
I think that's there, another building.
Could be a Range Rover.
Yeah, right?
Thank you,
They put the water.
Adrian.
There it is, garage.
Can I quickly summarize so we can move on?
Yeah.
So I think the concerns are gonna be fenestration, door types, rakes, eave, and details, thicknesses, depths, and aprons under the windows, and the overhangs at the rakes and the soffits.
You got it. Those garage doors are very incongruous. Does anybody have anything to add on this? Because we could probably just move it along.
No.
Do you really need a garage? I mean, I'm questioning the buildup of this lot. I mean, do we really need a guest cottage on the Milk Street and then squeezed in garage, main house, pool and cabana? It just seems sort of like overbuilt here.
Except that this garage, you can't see it because it's sort of back behind the house and it's just a garage with storage in it. That's it.
Okay.
Nothing fancy.
Overhangs correlate to the house?
I'll make sure the details correlate, Val,
Yeah.
because I don't think they do.
So motion hold for revisions.
Okay, so Stephen's made a motion to hold for revisions. I think we all know what they are. On Stephen's motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's good. And I think we should just, at this point,
Hold the hardscape.
defer the pool and hardscape until we have more information about this grading, which is troubling me anyway.
No motion to have the pool and hardscape track.
Very good. Stephen's motion is to have it pool and hardscape track. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. We're all set. The garage is done. Okay, Matthew. Let's see, just, no, we don't have anybody else. Just seeing if we had Will Stevens here at all. Yeah, I mean, we do have, is it pizza?
Yeah,
Pizza's coming.
I'll grab that when we do
You know
commissioner
what? Oh.
comments. I apologize to Vale, but
That's why I was late.
you can always stack our calories.
Okay,
I did.
Matthew.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hi.
How are you? Good.
Thank you, Adrian.
I'm good with this. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm going to sit off this for Jesse to sit.
Okay, great. Jesse, and I'm gonna sit off the next one for him to sit on as well.
Nice.
Because he's gonna have a dry spell, I think, in a couple of minutes. Okay, Matthew. Oh, yeah, we're familiar.
Yeah, so this is Maple Lane, which I think we've been before you with two other houses. So this is, we did include in the site plan, the subdivision plan, just for reference. So you can see where this lot is. It's at the very end of the cul-de-sac. It's a slightly odd shaped lot. One of the things we've talked about collectively is obviously having all of the structures, the first 6 lots, if you will, all facing each other, which works out well. Actually, anywhere we've had a building footprint that we've been or gotten approved, we've actually shown on the site plan or the locus plan. So you can actually see some of the building footprints. This structure faces, we wanted it to face perpendicular to the street so that it rounds out that street nicely. So the facade itself is the south elevation, and that is on sheet A2.1. The one up higher. If you go up, I think 2 more sheets. One more. Uno más. Y perfecto. Great. So really that's the primary elevation, if you will. And you've seen other structures in the subdivision, so there's a certain level of ornateness, if you will, and trying not to have all the structures look like they're repeats. And so we've kind of spent a lot of time making sure they all had different architectural identities, but then have some similar consistencies, if you will, in terms of the level of detail. The main mass is 28.6, I believe, in terms of its ridge height, but the rest of the massing is all 1.5 stories, and that on the right side, I believe it's 24 and change, like 24.5, somewhere in that range, and something very similar on the left side. So that was a very intentional design decision to try to keep the scale of the additive masses lower. Again, 24 feet, which is the average height of a garage with maybe some dormers on it. Windows are 2/2. We've got cottage corners. We've got a little bit of a shingle swale there. On the main gable, we do have the gable is padded out a bit, and so we've got a couple of brackets. We didn't want to overdo it. But that's where a majority of the ornamentation, if you will, is. It does have a roof walk. Beyond that, it's got white trim, which most of the houses in there will have, but I also like the fact that it is cottage corners, so it does minimize the amount of actual trim. As far as the other elevations are concerned, we obviously have a program in the back of the building where we have some covered outdoor space. But again, that's on the back of the building. I just don't think that's going to be visible. So with that, I look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, folks. Oh, come on.
I'll
Don't be
go.
shy.
I think it looks similar to other structures that Matt has done in there. The only concern I have is the roof walk. I don't think it's necessary or congruent with this style, but the house itself.
I'll go.
Okay, Val, thanks. Diane? Go.
I agree on the roof off. I think it's totally inconsistent to where they are and what they were for. So I wouldn't have one puts up the height of the building too high, and that whether Maple Lane is a fairly new area. It's a fairly simple area in going down Rugby Road there. And it's going to be surrounded by all sorts of development houses, so as simple as you could keep it, I would appreciate that. I might think it's a little long to go in there. How long is it, Matt?
I'd have to look that up. I think it should be in the plan.
I couldn't.
We'd have to do a little math.
No.
So about 79? 79, Diane, through you, Mr.
79?
Chair. If you look at the first floor plan on the, in the back patio area, there's one long dimension string. I think it comes out to 79.
79, 10.
Yeah, it's, I don't know whether you can bring it in or not, but I think that's awfully long for the area where it's going into, where it really doesn't have sort of outstanding overbearing houses at 80 feet. I think it's a little long, I would suggest. And I appreciate you have, from what I can see and understanding, some additive massing, starting at the first floor, going up to the story and a half and stuff, so that is good, but I would like to see it not so long.
Mr. Chair, through you, could I just point one thing out about the site that might alleviate some of Diane's concerns? If you could go to the site plan real quick. Diane, the tricky part about this lot is it's kind of like long and linear, believe it or not. And if you look at the cul-de-sac street frontage, it's fairly kind of shallow, where all the other lots or the houses tend to kind of go from front to back, where this one kind of has to go, you know, north to south, if you will. And I think that the idea is that you won't see as much of it, but I understood, and I hear your point.
Yeah, maybe take a thing and put it so it makes a more L-shaped thing and go down to it. It seems to have some land.
There's a easement as well through you, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, I'm the only one who thinks it's long, but that's.
Well, let's see. We still have a couple of people left. Diane, thank you.
Okay.
Abby?
Yeah. Hey, Matt, I'm a little concerned about the orientation of the house. And also, it's not on our plate right now, but the way the driveway sort of relates to that house, which sort of, I don't want to see a whole bunch of houses in front of this beautiful design. I think to Diane's point about the area, is this appropriate? Right now, I think Rugged Road it's heavily wooded, and it's got smaller houses, and I think this one's a little bigger than the last one you did.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if it couldn't get scaled down, just to keep it appropriate. So I don't want to talk about details. It's a lovely drawing. It's appropriateness and how it relates on that block. So those are my concerns.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, it's a very nice design. I think I don't have any concerns with how it's put together. Unfortunately, the way the lot's designed, you know, the building is being designed and with it using the length of the lot, which makes the building long. And my other so that, I have a similar concern with the length of building in addition to a garage, which is very close to the building. It continues to make it feel like it's longer. I like the fact that it is being tucked away behind some of the lot in front of it. And I don't know if it's going to change or add much to it, but I feel like either maybe a slight reduction in the main building or moving it further, I guess it would be east, to give a little space from the garage so it breaks it up a little bit so it doesn't feel as long.
Thanks, Jesse. Great. Hey, before I give my comments on that, I need to set the record straight. So I confused an architectural term with a CIA term in the last application. And what I was looking for was water table.
Water table.
Not
Yeah.
water board, water table.
Yeah.
Well, the whole time I thought
So-
you were saying water table.
Wait,
I didn't catch what you were saying.
No, were you
water
saying
bo- I was
water
thinking
table?
water table, but
It's
you,
funny you should mention that.
I said water board.
You were saying waterboard
Yeah,
now
it's
that you
like,
mentioned it.
what
In,
is it?
in some areas, it could be a
That's what
water
happens
board.
when you
Well, this
Waterboarding.
lose it.
this process can be a bit
We may
torturous.
start to
sometimes.
initiate that.
That's funny.
Freudian slip.
No, so my comments are pretty simple, but it's kind of to Diane's and Jesse's point combined, which is like right now, I feel like this house in the site plan is kind of turning aside and talking to its neighbor rather than talking to Maple Lane. I understand that it's the shape of the lot, all that, but my concern is that we now have this future garage that's also in line with an already long building. Could we not just cant it a little bit so it's more, the so-called front of the building is more facing towards Maple? It would mean a sacrifice of a little bit of your backyard space in favor of a little bit more space on your front yard, but then you could also stagger the future garage such that it's giving sort of more depth to something that would otherwise be a really super long bar. That's all I have to say about this. Should we have a motion of some kind?
Make a motion to hold for resistance.
Okay, that sounds pretty good to me. All those in favor of Diane's motion to hold for some revisions, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
you
Now, I
very
do
much.
notice that Mr. Stevens has joined us, so are you guys okay with going back and taking care of the first two items on this new business cycle?
May I take a quick?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
We do have Mr. Dutra sitting in. Hi, Will. How you doing? So, it's interesting, so fire demo.
Yeah, Mr. Stone's house caught on fire in January. Dehumidified. Yeah, dehumidified burn.
A fire will certainly dehumidify a building.
Yeah, it's a fenced wood timber frame.
Okay.
It's significantly charred upstairs and downstairs.
Okay, so I think we were thinking about opening this up without you being here last Tuesday, and we didn't, because it wasn't evident to us that there was a fire. Now, Holly, maybe you can opine on this one before it goes to the board. Like, let's pretend that there was no fire, right? How old is this building? In other words, if Will came in and never told us that there was a fire, what would our criteria be for the quote unquote demo of the building, demo move off?
Based on the property card, it indicates a 2003.
2003. Okay.
So obviously non-contributing towards the local district.
Right,
in that
okay.
I was just saying mid-90s stuff 20 years ago, so that tells you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so so there is a fire there, but the idea is that, I guess the way that it would affect the way we vote on this is if there is indeed a fire and there's some, photographs that would indicate that, well, I'm sure is telling us, giving us factual information here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
I didn't see in the packet, but maybe he could provide us for the file.
Yeah, where
Record
this
on
is,
the
where
file.
this is going, Will, is, ordinarily, we're not moving for a straight off demo. We're doing a move off demo, but if there's indeed this fire that's compromised the structure, you don't want to have the move off because nobody's going to want a building that's burned. So let's cut to the chase and just do a plain old demo. But I think in order to circumvent the move off part, we would need some kind of official documentation that the structure was compromised on the inside, which I don't believe we yet have. Does somebody want to, first of all, any comments on this from the board? And, oh, sorry, no, I mean, do you have something else to add?
Well, the next application is to put this exactly.
Oh,
Same thing. Okay, well, that's helpful information.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, and just, Terry, I don't know whether you picked this up, but Jesse's gonna be sitting on this because, Val is taking a break. So Jesse's gonna be voting. All those in favor of the motion?
So I just wanted to add, could we have documentation of the fire in the?
Yeah,
in
I'm
the-
sorry, my
yeah.
motion would be to include that for sure.
Oh, sorry, okay, so there's Stephen's amended motion. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so you got that. And what do you have, like those same drawings for a new building?
It's a basswood frame, they reused the original frames, they updated the engineering.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm a little confused. This could have been a like-kind replacement application.
That's interesting. That's a very, that's a good point.
Expansion of staff,
Looks fine to me.
Each spring is a
Whole
like-kind
house.
replacement of all the foliage.
That's-
Um,
I don't really need one.
So comments, questions, board members, anyone?
Looks good to me.
Sounds good. Okay, Terry, once again, Val's off this, Jesse's on.
Same colors.
Yeah, same colors, same everything, Will?
Same everything, the windows are only different because the manufacturer that made them, it's not the same manufacturer, it's the same.
Fair enough.
I mean, the
But
cabinetry is the
same,
We loved it inside and out.
yeah. Well, it's nice to know that they like their house, and I'm sorry they had a fire. So, if there's no further comment, can I have a
Motion to
motion?
approve is submitted.
Okay, so, sorry?
it's easy peasy.
Yeah, seems so, yes. So, Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposition. Okay, Will, thanks for coming in. Yeah, and giving us, explaining it for us. Oh, thanks so much. Okay, Okay, next one is Jesse Glidden with a move off. What? Oh. Jesse Glidden move off. Do we have Jesse online or anything like that?
Mr. Chair, I don't see Jesse
No.
in the queue.
All right.
Pretty straightforward.
Oh, should we go for it?
Yeah, let's try.
All right, let's give it a try.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I actually was consulted by Jessie before she submitted the application. And actually, I believe the email correspondence is in her packet. This structure is a circa 1970. It is contributing towards the historic district with our period of significance. There is no HDC survey, but it is listed as contributing on the NHL. It does look like it's fairly new. And I did tell her that, obviously from sustainability, it'd be nice to have them reuse it versus demo. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Okay. Comments on the application?
I wish the pictures were better. Yeah. It looks like a cute little
I know,
house.
move up demo.
Is the reason it can't move because of where it is?
I don't think they're requesting It is a move-off demo. Unlike Will's project, which was not a move-off, this one can be moved off. And as a single-family residence, it would need to be noticed.
Yeah,
in the
sounds
paper.
good.
Mr. Chair, we have a hand raised from Bruce
Oh.
Mandel.
Okay, Mr. Mandel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just a quick comment. This was submitted to the Nantucket Area Board for review yesterday. Unfortunately, the chair, one member, and our alternate were not present, so it could not be reviewed. And I just wanted you to have that understanding.
Okay, thank you very much for the comment, Bruce. Okay, board members.
Well, I don't see, no, I'm not going to say that. I am in favor of this application.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'm in favor of a move.
Meaning that you
Oh,
would not be in
advertise
favor
it.
of a motion that included a demo?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to need demo.
Okay. Diane?
I will move, but not demo.
Okay. Sorry, Stephen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I just, if it's advertised and no one wants it, what happens? I will note that it's a 24 by 32 structure, so this, this could be moved, and it was built in the 70s. I think that might have been mentioned, so. And it looks like it's been updated. Yeah, it looks like it'd make a nice home. I'm sure, look, you've got a responsible party involved here as the applicant's agent, and I can't imagine this isn't gonna go in front of like the housing authority and others who might want it and could use it, so. I'm in favor either way, because if no one can, if no
In
one
other
will
words,
take it.
you
what we gonna
are
do with it?
okay with the demo?
Actually, I should say this, if I would be in favor of a move off. And I think if it has to go to demo, then we should revisit it, given the condition of the house and its size is movable.
Huh. I actually like the sound of that. And I know that motion will pass. So do we want to, at the moment, we'll approve a move off. And if no one comes forward to take the building, then we would reevaluate it with a different application for a demo.
Just a quick clarification on my motion.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not suggesting that they have to wait until afterward. Like if it's the last 2 weeks and it's a deadline to put in,
Yeah.
put it in and give us an update. And if they need to, they can always retract the application. They don't need to wait till after the period has expired to come in, to reapply.
Gotcha.
For the demo.
So does that need to be part of the motion?
No, I just
Doesn't-
wanted to
doesn't
just
sound
have it
like
in the record.
Just for the
Yeah.
record. Yeah, okay. Do we want to make a motion on this? Somebody?
I thought that was a motion.
Oh, was that
Yeah.
an official?
The motion was move
Okay.
and come back for demo.
Okay, thanks. Stephen's motion was to approve a move off at the moment, but not a demo until we've exhausted the possibilities for moving this offsite. All those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that motion carries. Okay, now we're on to an old business cycle.
Can I announce the pizza stuff? I got a bunch of stuff, but
Where?
Is
should
it-
we circle back to the stuff we mentioned when Bill wasn't here?
At the moment?
Well, if we're at a natural break.
We can, but were you saying the pizza's here? Or
Yeah,
is it
pizza's
just
here.
going to come? Okay,
I can't smell it.
so listen, we're going to.
It's well boxed.
Everybody who's waiting for their application, we're gonna hold and go back to, now that we have a full board, go back to
Commissioner comments?
commissioner comments. So at this time, are there any commissioner comments?
There are.
Okay,
So I have a few different things. One is victuals. There's not lox of bagels on the island, so we're not going to get lox and bagels. Pizza's easiest, and I tell you a quick joke, but it'd be cheesy. Tonight, pizza's here. I've got it covered. And going forward, it's been suggested, pizza will be reimbursed. And it's been suggested we create a kitty. We all just chip in and then figure out where it gets reimbursed to, and then we can, reuse that money. So we'll follow up with details on that. And in the future, we'll get out a quick request on, like, is there a preference? Is it going to be, a chicken and olive and a cheese and one other, or whatever it is? We'll work out the details via email through staff. Is that acceptable?
That sounds good.
There's other choices tonight too.
And
You mean beyond pizza? Yeah, wow, okay. Can I just interrupt there? So just so everyone's clear on this, I did talk to Plus, and the story is, yes, we can get reimbursed for the stuff. All we need to do is whoever is picking this stuff up, whoever that goes to, save the receipts and submit them to the Plus office, and you get your money back.
Yeah,
That's
so
it.
we're going to be
It's as
looking
simple
to
as
do a
that.
chip in up front, and then we'll build
Okay, that
up, and then
sounds good.
somebody will get the money. We'll just have to figure out who gets it.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
We, at the pleasure of the chair, we could take a break and have a bite, or we can rotate out. I'll leave that to you guys and how you want to do it. But other items are the Organizational Focus Committee and the Resiliently Integrating Sustainable Energy, or RISE work group. I have a few updates there. I'm condensing probably 12 person hours and emails into a few minutes. So I'd ask that you bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
So in general matters, we're formulating the work group related operations and management recommendations for y'all. We're working on the assumption that you prefer an open and fair process geared to further the HDC mission, which helps us which then through these recommendations helps us integrate sustainable energy while protecting Nantucket's historic character and setting. I understand you guys can't comment. I wanted to give you an update, and then you all can figure out what you want to do, if anything.
I just wondered who refers to we.
It's the Organizational Focus Committee currently consists of your members, Val and I. There is a third position. We were going to suggest filling it when we have our new member come on, who I don't know, and whoever wanted to sit can sit. If we have more than that, we might as well just have an HCC meeting, which the whole idea was maybe not to do that. At these meetings, we have invited a individual and kind of a quasi at-large member of the public who is a HERS rater, a builder, a fast builder, small scale, and generally in tune with the energy side of the industry. Andy Pacino, who I've got a lot of respect for, and we're hoping he will be a objective resource. Andy just kind of weighs in to give us a third person involved, sitting at the table at this point, and I think it just provides some balance. We have also asked, and it's posted on the town's website in the calendar, so people who want to attend can attend. Holly has been there. Lauren Sinatra from the Energy Office has been there. Tobias has been there. A couple other people. The interest form. So there's two other items to update you on. An interest form has been developed. It's based on forms typically used by the town, but modified for the HDC's task. Notice will go in the Inky along with instructions on this Thursday, well before our deadline to initiate, and there'll be a 2-week period for submission. And as if you noticed me kind of whack my head a little bit earlier, was realizing that I hadn't finalized the form that was agreed to at the last meeting, which I will do tomorrow and get to you so it can be posted. Other OFC RISE news. Before I get into this, I want to state one thing at least. We've had some discussions, and they've kind of unfortunately taken a personal bent that I don't think is necessary, and I hope that we can avoid in the future, because it's unnecessarily charged. I don't think it's productive for the mission of the OFC, and working out these operations and management recommendations for you all for the work group. And I think that there's some important matters that we can't gloss over. We need to address them head on. We need to do it sensitively, but we need to do it. I'm going to speak to those now. The Town Energy's office and others are sponsoring a student work group to poll the public and others by way of interviews and surveys with a focus on how the HTC can better balance solar installations with its mission. We, OFC, are working to see if the Energy Office and the HTC goals can be aligned. They are not necessarily congruent. We see fundamental differences that, as I mentioned, that should not be glossed over. As you may know, the Energy Office is responsible for a wide array of sustainable energy projects, one of which is to promote solar installations on private homes. This happens to be throughout our National Historic Landmark. Regards to HDC's mission, we know it, but it's been said few places can impart the faraway feelings as Nantucket does. In essence, the HDC's role and the importance of its guidelines, as you also know, is to preserve this faraway feeling, its character and setting. And I think that that's, as sitting as the individual who made the motion, spoke on behalf of the HDC and made the motion on the floor of town meeting, these are all very consistent with the goal of the work group that will be recommended. A couple other quick points and I'll wrap up. Our commission approves an estimated 94 to 96% of solar applications. I think we need to let that settle in. It's perhaps the highest in the country for any historic district. Now, this is anecdotal on some research I've done, but even if we're only 90%, given this determination of the value, I think given this fact that we approve an overwhelming number of our applications, I think serious consideration needs to be given to whether an intense student project is going to be beneficial. And in particularly, what is polling going to answer with respect to how the 4 to 6% of solar installations that are not approved can be approved consistent with our mission at the HDC, which is to protect the character and setting of Nantucket. I'm not suggesting that in a manner to torpedo. I think that we can develop, that it's not to suggest that there isn't information that can be provided to HDC that would be helpful, but I think that that's an important question. I'd also like to say that, when things get personalized and charged, you lose track of the important elements. And this is an important element to my mind. Arguments can be made that, well, structure, applications, not all the applications come in, and therefore the number is high. And what I mean by that is, somebody wants the roof on Main Street, outside the 3 bricks, they'd like to put panels. Well, of course, it's not going to get approved. But needless to say, we approve a typically very high number of the applications. The Organizational Focus Committee believes we can make efforts to improve our process here at the HCC, and that there is some utility and information the student project can provide us if we can get to an agreement with the sponsors. We recommend the commission, at least through the OFC, who's your point in these matters, and for the purposes of practicality, we'll have direct input and a determining seat at the table if the HDC votes to get involved with the project, the student's project. Those are my comments. We can obviously follow up in a meeting on these. Our anticipation is that we'll be working through, looking at the interest forms, determining what steps to take, including if we're recommending, because of the nature of the work group and the people who are going to be interested, they're contacting the state ethics office for direction on conflicts of interest, and then we'll be establishing kind of a layered approach to involvement. So there may be people who don't have a conflict of interest who sit in the work group as a regular member, whereas people who do have a conflict of interest and would typically be prohibited from participating at the level of sitting at the table are still obviously welcome and encouraged to come in, and we have discussion and try and move this ball forward. So that's, I think, probably more than enough at this point, or at least enough at this point, I should say. And I hope it's useful for you. I'd like to volunteer to answer questions offline, but we'd be chain communicating, and I can't.
Say again so everybody
Yeah.
can hear how they find it on the town thing to apply.
Yeah, sure. It's actually going to be posted through the Inquirer and Mirror as a public notice. It'll be this Thursday and next Thursday. It'll be a 2-week submission period due at the end of the month, and then we'll start the review process. And once we find out who's actually involved, in discussion, we mapped out, well, what's the likely profile of someone who puts in? And it really boiled down to two groups. And from that, we came up with the idea, at least to telegraph it, that the state ethics office should be involved. And that, I think, is a matter of a forward-looking matter. It's certainly not to exclude anyone, but we don't want to come through with a product or recommendation and find out later that it's been tainted because we didn't do our due diligence in requesting that type of involvement. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Stephen, thanks for the updates.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to, if I may, for the record, I'm the other staff person with the WPI with your best interest as the town's preservation planner. So I just want to make that comment for the record.
Oh, and I didn't make the comment that I wanted to make at the start. I think it's important to say, I think both current members of the OFC hold everyone who's been participating in high regard. This is not about personalities. It's about conflicting agendas. The HCCs is, we are a preservation and character and setting entity, regulatory board to promote the tourism economy. We kind of lose sight of that at the end, but that is one of them. The primary is to preserve the character and setting because it has an economic benefit. And what we're looking at is a 2050 window, what these regulations may look like, what the effect of these regulations may look like with respect to our mission in 2050. And it's in that light that our comments are made. They're not made based on personalities or anything like that. And as I said, and I'll repeat it, and I'll repeat it at the meeting, we hold the individuals who participate in high regard. We value their independent individual experiences and knowledge, and we hope to be working in a collaborative manner such that the HTC's mission is furthered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Hollis.
Sorry.
Any more, boy, I'm having difficulty with words, commissioner comments? Okay, so let's move on to discussion and vote of election of officers and HTC rep for CPC. All right, election of officers. Should we start with chair?
Chair, I make a motion to ask Mr. Cole if he would continue to be chair.
You can move to ask me that. You don't have to move it. I'll say yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, is that a motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. All right.
Not to leave you
Okay.
hanging.
So the motion is to re-elect me as chair. All those in favor?
Is there discussion?
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely, yes, there can be, sure, of course.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, all right, thanks. And now, vice chair.
I'd like to have some discussion on the topic.
Sure.
Frankly, with no offense intended to Abby, who I think has done a really wonderful job, I'd like to ask that you vote for me, nominate and vote me vice chair. I prepared some quick notes. I don't know if I'll need them, but I'm prepared for meetings. I have chair experience for years. I currently chair the town's capital program committee. 6 years sitting here with you all. Firm grasp of Robert's rules and open meeting law. I do provide control in hearings we'd otherwise get kind of dinged up on. I'd always be last, so I tend to speak the least. And I think, most importantly, while we may sometimes disagree on the outcomes, you know me as being even and fair. And I would ask that you consider me and vote for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Oh,
you.
by the way, I'm not looking for a lifetime position as the vice chair. I just want to give it a run to the next election cycle.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion?
I would be willing to shake it up and let Stephen have a shot at it.
Okay. So is that a motion?
Do I have to make a motion? Sure.
I believe so.
Look, that's what we do. We rotate around, see how it goes. I'm good with that. I
Okay.
think you do a good job.
All right. So all those in favor of Stephen as vice chair?
Aye.
Aye. So
Aye. Actually, Jesse, I appreciate your aye.
But I'm
I'll sit off this so he can vote.
Well, I'm afraid it's the regular board.
No, I'm teasing.
Yeah.
sorry.
But thanks.
See, I don't even know Robert's rules. There you go. I didn't know that.
Okay.
What's
And
your vote,
Stephen,
Mr. Chairman?
what was your, well, I'm gonna
You're gonna wait?
No, but.
I'll vote for myself. What the heck?
Okay. All right. So the motion does carry 4 in favor, 1 abstention. There we have it. All right. So now we can return to old business.
No, CPC.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I nominate Diane to be the CPC rep for HTC,
Okay.
if she wants to do it.
Well, I guess that's a good question. You up for that?
I've done it long enough now, so I understand what they're doing. Step number 1.
Yes.
When you
Yeah.
first walk in there, it's a little hard,
Yeah.
but I've been there, done that, and I would continue because I have that length of time to know what areas are coming up, when it's like this and all that stuff. And I would be happy to serve.
Very good. So then I believe there was a motion contingent on Diane's willingness to be on. Motion is for Diane?
Yes.
I'll second
Right.
that.
Okay, so then let's do a voice vote. All those in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, folks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could I suggest we take a 7-minute break and eat some pizza? We've accomplished a lot already.
Yeah, okay,
Till we figure out how we're gonna do that in the future.
that sounds great.
All right, I don't know.
Okay.
Or eat the other stuff.
And the other stuff, I keep saying, keep forgetting, and the other stuff, Val brought.
Oh, no, really? Wow.
We're building up our calories.
I'm
I
so-
think they only delivered 2 pizzas, so we might need it. So it worked out.
Okay, and they're right back there, aren't they?
Yeah, and by the way, John called and said, hello, hello, hello.
Come on,
He did.
really?
John M. called.
Cool. So pizza? Can I
Yeah,
bring it down here?
yeah, I think so. Somebody wants to watch us eat. Well, I mean, it could become a thing, you know?
Put a sign on there that says,
Temporarily.
May take a little time.
So do we have a microwave here in case we don't have to have it? right now?
There's a little like coffee station over there.
Let's see what we got. Okay, this one is olive.
Should be chicken olive and 1 cheese.
Okay, if there's chicken on here, he's hiding.
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe
really?
it's chicken on that
I mean-
one.
There's chicken on this one, I think.
Oh, okay. I don't really care. I'm so hungry. Thank you.
Try the veggie.
Oh, man. This changes my whole game because After HCC, I'm eating at 9 o'clock at night.
I'm all set for now, but thank you.
Look at the cute little land there.
Yeah, cool. So if we have if there's, why do we need a kitty if we just have to,
You know what? We don't. I mean, I'd seriously be happy just to throw money in. I mean, the fact is, whoever's doing it is gonna get it back. It just, well, now, I think the more important question is, the pizza is kind of easy, because all you have to do is order it, they deliver it, and you pay for it right out there. Anything that needs to be picked up, there's more legwork. So if we want to do something other than pizza, we should think about who would pick it up and all that stuff.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
chicken wings?
What's an app?
HEC intermission.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no way. Cool.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Intermission. It's like going to the opera.
I know. Oh, yeah. You want to get champagne?
Mm-hmm.
I said something like that to John the other day. I stopped by to see him. He said something. I said, why are you complaining? He said, I don't want champagne. Told him to clean his ear out.
Is he doing all right?
Yeah, he's better. He'd taken a little bit of a fall. He's on the mend, a strong mend. Oh, they did an olive and a chicken, but they didn't do a
Yeah,
chicken.
no, not a hybrid. You have to take two and squeeze them together.
Yeah, they are. Like, these are like match nuts. That's what I'll do. I'll have an olive and a chicken. Oh, yeah, I'll make a sandwich.
Oh, man.
Oh, now you're talking to my heart.
Yeah, that would be seriously good.
Chicken?
That's chicken. This is olive. Oh, wow. It's going fast.
Yeah. I think 3 might be in order.
Chicken.
I was thinking get a chicken olive and then a cheese, because then somebody doesn't like, does anyone not like chicken?
They have one that they're special, one of their specialties. It's a chicken balsamic.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Really good.
Who's the pizza supplier?
Sophie T's. I wonder if we show it, if they'll give us a discount.
Oh, they should.
I don't know if we can do that on TV, so I'm not gonna do that. But would anyone like some cheese pizza?
We're in intermission now.
Boy, that cheese
When I
pizza is
eat pizza, I go to
delicious.
Sophie T's.
Yeah, well, they can hear everybody, just so you know.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
That's funny.
Uh-oh, we're gonna be censured.
Uh-huh. But you can't prove we ate. We should turn our mics off.
That's another brilliant idea.
Yeah. Would you hit your?
Just so I know, do we have, James?
Yes, I believe he
Oh, okay, he's
he was
here.
earlier, so.
All right.
Yep.
We did cover a lot, and,
Yep, yeah, he put his thumbs up.
okay. James, we're getting ready for you here. Would you like a slice of pizza?
It's probably good for the applicants. Now we're not gonna be all hangry.
Yeah, I mean,
This is attitude adjustment.
it's like, at the end of the meeting comes on, the energy level
That's
fades.
where those snacks are gonna come in really handy. The second inning.
Mhm. What is that one?
Where's the circle?
Are those
It's like a
little
plane.
like corn puff things?
You need one?
No way. Because, yeah. When I start into those, I don't stop.
It's a good thing we have water though, because I think one time you almost choked on one.
I know. Thank you, Stephen.
Vanish. Oh, you're welcome.
Is it still raining?
I
When
hope
is the
so.
storm?
Looks pretty wet.
Tonight.
And tomorrow, right?
I wanted to look up the wind, but there's still nothing to test.
Oh, man. I'm supposed to go to the vineyard tomorrow. On the Inter-Island.
I think it's gonna rain all day.
I went,
No.
well, I went for people off island.
And I get motion sickness.
They're down a boat too.
Is that because they're concerned that a crew's gonna get stuck on the other island versus?
Oh, right. It would foul things up immensely if they couldn't get it back. Mhm.
Yeah, you would know if we could get her down there.
Last time I looked, it was just 50% chance of rain.
I looked late this afternoon, or a little earlier this afternoon, and it was like nothing, and then I came in and a couple people mentioned that it was supposed to be like high wind event.
Whenever I'm not sure about the weather, what the weather's gonna do, all I have to do is ask a stonemason or a landscaper.
No.
Because they're always like, well, you would know, they're totally dialed in. I was out with Neil Patterson's guys. They're like, no, you're not gonna see the sample until Thursday. It's raining tomorrow. I said,
And then they
oh,
also-
okay.
They also know like what it's doing in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, okay, well, we're not gonna
Yeah.
get any stone this month because we're covered in 2 feet of snow.
Yeah.
Or anybody who handles cement.
Also true.
Yeah. I usually give my weather report on Mondays to my entire crew. A lot of good that did for tomorrow. Yeah, it's a total washout.
Top winds tomorrow are gonna be 29,
Oh, that's not too bad.
tonight, 20, not even 20.
tells the real truth, they're all different.
The weather people get paid, if they got paid by being Rake, they'd starve. No offense to weather people.
And drag out this.
All right.
Ready?
All right.
Wait.
No, you're
Get
good.
another one, yeah.
You're good. Okay. Actually, before we start back in, does anybody want more pizza right now? Because I'm gonna put it back at
Take one.
the.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm gonna have one more.
Okay. Consolidate.
Okay, James.
I'm not sure about the chicken. I'm not sure about the chicken. I think it should.
Hi, James, you're up.
Pepperoni.
Pepperoni,
Yeah,
so maybe we'll get a. pepperoni
sausage,
one.
pepperoni, something really.
Hi there.
Stick to your ribs.
I mean, the chicken is.
You can eat chicken at home. Right.
Hey, James.
Hey, guys. Good break?
Okay.
Better mood?
What's that?
Good break, better mood? Not
Yep.
to say you were in a bad mood.
We're good,
Thanks.
and yeah, we're all happy now.
How's the pie?
All right, so your board on this is myself, Abby, Diane, Stephen. Now Kerry is not with us, but Jesse is, so he can sit on this. All right, so 7A Sherburne, let's go.
Would you prefer I share?
It's been a little while, right?
Yeah, I mean, we reviewed this, we submitted in May, it was heard mid-June, and then we got back to you pretty quickly, but it's been sitting around a little bit. Would you like me to share, or do you want to drive?
Generally, we prefer it if the applicant is sharing, so they can kind of narrate
No problem.
what's going on. And we also have paper copies here, as I'm sure you know.
Sure. So this is 7A Sherburne Turnpike or part of 7 Sherburne Turnpike. Previously, the bulk of the comments related to the Eave line and the massing related to the garage portion of the project. So what we've done is we've done some pretty substantial lowering of the main ridge, as well as stepping down in the garage to 1.5 stories, and then making some dormer alterations. So just to refresh your memory, this was the previous iteration. There was an asymmetrical front dormer right here, and a pretty consistent eave line that the major comments were that we didn't love these things. So what we've done is we've made some changes to that, and specifically the south facing or front elevation to address those comments. So now you can see what we've done, and I'll switch back to the main elevations. What we've done is you can see on the lower portion here, this is the original that we just looked at. What we've done is we've lowered the ridge, the main ridge 6 inches. We've lowered the secondary massing at the garage 18+ inches and reduced the dormer into 2 dormers, so it's much smaller. We've brought the eave line down to the meeting rail of the windows and the eave line down where we've stepped as well at the garage. Additionally speaking, these 2 dormers have now been created to a monolithic symmetrical dormer on the center. We've also reduced and changed the windows at the front here. You can see that here. And then we've made some other minor changes around the building, which plus or minus can't really be seen because it's pretty tight to the lot line. So you can see, of course, the ridge lines have changed everywhere. We've reduced this dormer to a single rather than a double. Again, brought the garage down. In the rear, not much has changed minus the whole of the ridge brought down from what was done in the front. And then subsequently, along the eastern facade, in order to accommodate bringing the ridge down, we've had to change the dormer in this area as well. So that's the bulk of the changes. Just to remind you, this is a white trim building with gray windows, natural to weather on almost everything else. And we look forward to your comments.
Okay, James, thank you. Do we have HSAB on this? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an infill within the historic district in the historic summer subdivision of Sherburne Heights, or even Sherburne Bluffs is another one from the late 1800s. HSAB took a look on the revisions as you requested on August 8th. There is only one house on Sherburne Turnpike with a garage on the street side, and this is actually accessed off of Sherburne Way. Placing an attached garage up close to the street with the entire front of the property becoming a parking lot is too suburban and not appropriate. The garage should be set behind the house as is traditionally done, allowing for a full front yard. I will notate that the adjacent property does have an attached garage, but that is existing. The garage mass is much too tall for the additive mass facing the street. It dominates the front view and feels very out of place. This should be a 1-story addition. The front of the main mass lacks any logical order. The second floor fenestration does not relate to the first floor. The depth of the main mass is 30 foot deep, creating a tall boxy building with a lot of roof facing the street. This depth should be reduced and the massing be broken up more to minimize the length of the main roof line, reducing the amount of roof. There are meeting rail issues all around. Lowering the plate would correct this. The triple mullion on the west should change to 2 singles, and the upper west windows crowd the rakes and should be pulled more to the center. 6 light French doors are unusual. Change to a 12 or 15 light, and I would agree with that. The rear chimney is very awkward and should be pulled completely into the interior. And HSAB respectfully requests revisions if the commission so inclined. From staff's perspective, I note the design should be consistent with the neighborhoods contributing vernacular. Drop the height of the additive massing, and that would be very helpful. Proposal is property line to property line and still very boxy. Regarding the fenestration, 2/2s are appropriate with a dwelling in this area. It mimics back to the 1920s. However, the 6 light French doors are not appropriate, and the front entry door is very modern. Overall, the design is too boxy for this historic summer neighborhood. Since this is a comment overall, you probably have recognized on the agenda that you have not only this application, but also an application that Mark Tone has for 7A, the historic structure that this property was subdivided from. And since this historic dwelling at 7 is before the HDC at the same time as this one, it would be helpful if the site plans with the new and existing driveways could be shown. The proposed driveway seems rather large and wide, and this is a comment that I'm also going to obviously mention at the other application, just to have consistency. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, Holly, thanks a lot. Whenever you folks are ready. Anybody?
I can make some quick stabs.
Yeah, and then I'll always return to you if you want. Okay.
Hi, James.
Hi.
So I'm on the front south elevation, and I understand what HSAB is saying about the fenestration, first floor not talking to the second floor. I'd like to see a little bit more relationship there. I think this right-hand mass is overpowering the main mass, and I'm wondering if that couldn't be reduced. I don't know if that's part of the garage or what's driving the size of that, but I think it's just over. Yeah, so with this, the garage is sort of driving the size of this second mass. And I'm not sure that a garage attached is appropriate. So I'm sort of along the lines of HSAB at the moment. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. And if you have anything else, let me know. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I think something that caught my eye, something about Johnny. All the meeting roads, they covered all the time.
I need you to use your mic, Diane.
Oh, sorry, didn't realize. There we go. All the meeting rails, now you can see them better on the plans than on those sketches. All the meeting rails everywhere come in at different heights. Some of them make it, some of them don't. This is the, what elevation, this is south. They don't. The meeting rails are supposed to go along with the edge of the eave, not sort of be casually attached. I think that's important. I don't also know that I think that the 202 windows and the particularly modern French doors go with the widow's walk, roof walk. I thought we had an idea of where a roof walk filled in. I don't find it, the skirted and everything else really doesn't go with the architecture of this house to me. The front door, as was mentioned by Hashtag, does not fill in. They got too many kinds of panes. The garage with the 8 panes, and then the French doors with 6, front doors with 4. There should be some consistency running in there. And I don't think the garage should be attached to the house because it just makes it that much longer and on the edge of the property. So that's just it. But if you go from side to side, you'll see the windows. They don't make it anywhere. So I don't know. I think they should. I don't know what the drive is recently to put the chimney behind, beside, in between two windows, but it's not an attractive addition. Have the chimney come up through the roof as it did, or move it off that particular side of the thing. So that's to begin with.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Stephen, ready?
Yeah, I really don't have anything to add.
Okay, all right. Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into the meeting rails and window detail at the moment, but the garage being attached, bothers me. And so I don't know how easy it is to detach, but if there's any way you can, and I have to say, first of all, it's a very successful design with getting everything you want in there. I mean, I'm sure that was really hard to do, but it's almost like something's got to give. And I don't know if that means bringing things further into the backyard, or reversing something to the backyard, or maybe even attaching the studio to the house instead of the garage, or something that needs to go back and free up that garage and make it separate, or at least feel like it's more separate. It'd be difficult to turn it. I don't see how you could do that, but it would look better if it was turned. James, my question, and just out of curiosity, what's that grill thing off the back of the house there, like, for lack of a better?
Pergola?
It's a pergola.
This pergola? Sorry. Yeah, no, it's a flush pergola. So, and most of the north cannot really be seen except from Sherburne Way, which is not public. But yeah,
all the more reason
I'm going to disagree with you on that in a
put it
second.
in the back. But anyways, those are my comments. Thank you, James.
Okay. Jesse, thank you. So to me, James, I'll preface this by saying I do appreciate your dropping the garage from where it was before, but I think it needs to be dropped more. And it sounds like there's this thought that maybe even the garage shouldn't be located where it is. I would really like to see it diminish further in scale, particularly because it's the first thing you see. I think that the east side of the garage in particular is way under fenestrated. That's where you just have the two windows, one on the second floor, one on the first floor. And
oops, sorry.
Because
this facade.
What?
The east, right? Sorry.
The east elevation.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those two windows just right there, it's under fenestrated in my view. And while we're on that east elevation, it also really, it's not apparent from the elevations, more apparent in the perspective views, but that dormer in the middle piece between the garage and the main mass is a run-on dormer that just sort of crashes into the side of the gable, which is just like falls under the category of just never done, never ever done. It's going to make that whole connector piece feel very boxy. Agree on the chimney. Do you have a ground coverage issue here?
It is pushing the envelope of what's allowable on ground coverage.
Well, if you
but
push
the
the
chimney
envelope
itself,
a little bit more, you could internalize that thing, or lost a little bit of. And I really think back to this Sherburne Way is an abutter's way, so that means that you can publicly travel on it. It's not owned by the town. In fact, very few roads out here actually are. Most of them are abutters ways, but we consider the abutter way or any publicly traveled way. You okay, Diane? I'm sure she did okay.
Just to breathe.
Yeah. Okay,
Could I ask, is there separate landscaping? Because I'm concerned about the driveway in front of the house.
yeah, that was a
Not-
HSAB comment.
Sorry, so we have not coordinated our full landscape plan as of yet, but we've suggested the parking court in the front as of right now, and a pool and spa that is coming in separately under another application.
Yeah, not too keen on a big driveway covering the whole front of the house.
Did you get that?
Yes, I understand. Part of the issue is we did explore, not to interrupt it, are you done with present comments? Can I ask a couple questions? Is that okay, Chairman?
I think actually, let me make sure that I concluded mine, because I'm not sure that I actually did. If I haven't mentioned it already, the windows that you have is smaller on the first floor of the garage because it's a garage, kind of tells everybody that it's a garage from the side. And so I'd like to actually see larger windows, which will diminish the scale of that, even though I want to physically diminish as well. So that's the end of my comments.
Noted.
Now, I'm sorry, you wanted to say a few things before we went to a motion?
A question, I note the board's comments related to the garage being in the front, but do note that access from the rear is somewhat challenged even from Sherburne Way, and even as an abutter, we don't know if we have permanent access related to that. We did explore putting the garage in the rear, but we don't know if that's necessarily viable. That being said, I just asked the question, I mean, some garages in the region, maybe not specifically up on Sherburne, but within striking distance, do have garages in the front, and we tried very hard to minimize the impact by turning it inward. If we did anything facing the street, would that have any chance of getting any sort of approval? If it was brought down to a single story, or I'm just...
Hey, James?
Yes.
I'm definitely not going to speak for the board on this, but Abby's already expressed her concern about having the big parking court, which is kind of a necessity to get you into the garage when it faces the side.
That's correct.
And everybody, I'm pretty sure everyone on the board expressed a concern about the scale of the garage. So if you were able to address some of those issues, I think we might, if the orientation changed, as you're suggesting, and had the access already is off of Sherburne Turnpike.
Correct.
So the access wouldn't change except for the fact that it's moving over to the side, and then therefore you're maybe getting rid of your parking court. I think that's something you might want to investigate, actually.
We're looking into it.
Also investigate the idea of putting it in the back.
Noted. Can I ask one more question regarding the meeting rail Eave line? Just for clarification, because we definitely had it significantly higher previously. As you can see down here, it was way up into the top sash, which we understand is not correct, but we've brought it down to the point that it's essentially meeting the fascia underneath is essentially meeting the rail. Is the true goal to get basically the end of the shingle line to the meeting rail? Or like, I know it's varied. If the windows vary, of course the Eave line varies, but I thought we were pretty close to meeting that. And we've already lowered the plate.
Hang on. Okay, so I think that the comment about the meeting rail is another way of expressing, like, bring the eave down, which would bring the ridge down, which would bring the scale of the building down, or the scale of the garage down.
Noted.
Okay.
But it would,
Noted.
Anyway, those are our comments, but it sounds like we're going to move for some revisions anyway.
Hold for revisions.
Okay.
could I ask one question?
Yeah, of course.
Because I found it all over the thing. It says head trim, 4 by 3/4, jam trim, 3 by 1/2, painted Type all, at all windows and doors, UON.
UON.
Unless otherwise noted,
Ah, there you go.
unless we do
All
do
right.
something special.
Thank you.
They couldn't
All
figure
right.
it out.
So let's see, Abby, did you just make a motion to hold for revisions?
I did.
Okay, that's Abby's motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Okay, good. Thanks,
Thanks,
James.
everybody. Have a good
Okay,
evening.
is Dustin on for the?
He's here.
Oh, heck. Sorry.
I'm here.
Yeah, you are. Okay. Your board, I actually changes for some interesting reason, but for the first one, you have a 4-person board, and that is myself, Abby, Diane, and Val. Carrie obviously is not here. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, because I am an alternate, can I be on this?
Oh, are you?
I thought I
No,
was. Oh,
okay,
no,
so
no, sorry, next
I
one.
don't quite understand it, but for some reason you're not listed as an alternate here.
But on the other one.
You are sitting on the other applications.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
Okay,
All right, so I think I need to preface this application with a comment about the Wisconsin Advisory Board. Because I feel like the HDC puts a lot of time and effort into, putting a certain standard out there of respecting the applicants.
uh-oh.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
Um, Words like inappropriate and awkward that you guys use, those are constructive criticisms. I can use those to adjust plans in, the context of a neighborhood or see how things need to change relative to the rest of the building. But, over this last meeting, I had 4 things come up with them. 4 different applications, and it was over an hour of hearing words like cheap. A contractor's money grab was used twice. This is just another contractor spec house money grab. And then, the eye rolling of why does the garage door need to be so wide? This is 14 feet wide. Oh, well, maybe that's because that's what, the newest SUVs, how big they are. None of this is constructive. And if anything, it's just creating animosity between my client and ostensibly his new neighbors. This is not a spec build. My client bought this property in 2018. And I would just like the board to note that when you decide how heavily to weigh the Wisconsin Advisory Board's comments.
Thank you for the input. That was interesting.
I watched it today.
So I'm sure that you're aware, having been to these meetings before, that our advisory boards are, as the name implies, they advise us. Now, so we take some of the information, and it's relevant, and then other things that are said, we decide as a board of elected officials not to embrace. So that's where we are on the advisory boards, but I thank you for your comments.
May I ask
So, yes.
a question through Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Dustin, is this the first, it's not relevant to what you said, but I am curious, have you experienced this? This is the first time you
To a
experienced
lesser degree the first time, but this second time was particularly
it?
bad.
It has happened in the past.
It has happened in the past, but I think they were starting to sort of dwell on it because, like I said, it was over an hour. They also don't conduct it like a public forum. People are speaking over each other. The minutes aren't posted. It's tough to even keep notes.
I just was curious if it was a pattern of behavior. Okay, thank you.
Don't the notes go into you, Holly? Don't they
All,
have to-
all advisory board notes come to me. We are told not to post
Right.
them. So if anybody has an application before one of those boards, then they just email me and I'll give them directly to you.
But that's good to know, because I did look one too, after watching that.
Okay.
Question.
Sorry.
Sure.
Oh, is there a locus plan? I'm trying to figure out which, I can't remember what house this is. I'm
Right,
sorry.
so, I don't see a site plan either, at least not in the paper copies here. Am I missing something?
Is electronic one?
Actually, I don't see site plan or floor plans.
There.
Okay, so I'll look on that. Okay, folks, there's the
There it is.
locus. Right?
Very across from Meeting House
Yes,
Okay.
there's Meeting House Lane.
Got it. Yeah, I think I know that the site.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you also want to see the site plan? Yeah. Right there.
There's pictures of the neighborhood to start off with first, too.
These are not online. Justin sent those please to us today.
The pictures,
What you're
photos.
No, not this, I meant photos of the
So
houses.
49 is what we're talking about today, but I just wanted to give more context of the neighborhood. I know that you guys, as well as the Sconset Advisory Board, don't like that we're setback to setback. That's something we discussed a lot last meeting. But that's in keeping with the neighborhood. I mean, you can see at 43, 45, and 47, we're close to setback. I can't read those, but I mean, those are right down the street, and it's the same thing. I mean, I understand what you guys are saying, but it seems like we're kind of talking about a zoning change issue. And that's, I'm not sure. Is that under the purview of the HDC, or should they be kind of going to town meeting and getting a zoning change?
Can I comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, so placement on the site, size and mass are definitely HDC purview. But, separate from that, if someone's looking for a change, then depending on whether it's something to be covered by a special permit or a variance, there's a particular path to take, either through CBA or planning, subject to certain controls. If they're looking for a change in the overlying zone requirements, that would be town meeting.
Sure.
And a 2/3 vote.
Thank you. I would add to that too. So just to sort of underscore what Stephen said, there are zoning regulations in place, like that most houses, unless you're in a floodplain, are a maximum of 30 feet high. Now, this board routinely supersedes that depending on what the context is. And so zoning won't take into context what the neighbors are all doing and what the streetscape is doing, but we do. So to that extent, we do weigh in on that. Make sense?
It does. I guess I'm wondering why last time the board was saying, you're too close setback to setback, when these photos show that that's in keeping with the neighborhood.
Could you bring up the?
I guess I'm looking for consistency or a reason as to why.
Let's see what the board has to say.
Sure.
There it is. There's the site plan.
Right. Okay.
Is it an individual? We approach each one individually, not that every house along the street should have 6 feet on either side and 10 feet in front. It depends on what house is next door, how it fits in, what trees are there. It fits into the piece of property that you're designing for, rather than cutting the property to fit your design. What the guy did 2 houses down to you should not tell you what you have to have. I at least look at each one as an individual building, architecturally and placement. That's what I do, because I think it's important to keep some originality in each building, because that's what Nantucket is like. You don't find a whole bunch of houses, all the same right next to each other. They each have their own feeling. That's what I think.
Sure. Correct. I'm going to give you another example. front yard setback, okay? We've had a number of battles royal up on Lincoln Circle because the zoning setback is one thing, but the tradition along the circle is that houses are placed a certain distance away. And that distance is much further than the zoning would allow. Now, if you have 5 houses on this side, empty lot, and 5 houses on that side, and all those houses are set back, we don't want to see the infill house 10 feet, 20 feet in front of all the other houses. It just wouldn't look right. So that's what we're addressing.
Sure.
Okay.
Got it.
So with that, why don't we start into a discussion about your revisions and where we are? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Do you want to just review for us?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
pull up the elevations. So there was a comment from the Sconset Advisory Board. The front door was shown as all glass. That
Hey.
was
I'm gonna just coach you on something.
sure.
You give us the review.
Yep.
Because Holly is going to tell us what Sconset Advisory said. And I know that you guys had words and all that, and I appreciate your input. Just tell us what you revised, okay? And then Holly is going to give us a report on Sconset Advisory, and then we'll deliberate.
Got it.
Okay? Thank you.
Okay, so the front door is a 4-panel solid wood door. It's 2 side lights with a single panel below. The front porch changed, the posts are now 6x6 wrapped. We dropped the wings 2 feet on either side. We changed from doghouse dormers on the front to shed dormers. We changed the front porch roof to a 4-pitch, so it lands closer to the second floor windows. And then we took away the parking on the north side of the lot.
Okay. And these, like the side elevations, are just a reflection of what we've already discussed on the front.
Yes.
We just want to see the back and the other side. Okay, so you added a couple.
Those are
yeah, because
the
you
change
dropped
of the
eaves
dormers. Yeah.
down. Right. Okay. I think we got it. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Chair. So Sconset Advisory, per your request, reviewed on August 1st. On the revisions, they said the driveway and massive garage sited in front facing the street is inappropriate. House still oriented from setback to setback suggests turning the house the long way using additive massing telescoping back. Massive second-story dormer is top-heavy and awkwardly heavy. Front door reads like a back door and could use panels. Same for south door on west elevation. Windows in large second-story gable on the west elevation are bigger than those on the main floor. SAB feels generally that this overall design and siding is not a good use of this premier building lot. Staff's comments appreciate the drop in height of the flanking additive massing, appreciate the change of gable dormers to shed dormers flanking that large gable dormer. I will say that the additional shed dormers on those flanking masses look a little inappropriate, and agree that the center dormer does feel a little awkward. Maybe that needs the main mast to be dropped a little bit. So it feels like more like an A-frame, because that's kind of what it looks like. So that back ridge, main ridge, could maybe drop a little bit if that didn't hinder the program. Overall, those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thanks. Yeah, okay. Who would like to begin on this one?
I'd like to start.
Sure. Yeah, go
So
ahead.
Dustin, it's hard for me to relate to just the architecture without seeing the site plan and its environment, because it is all about appropriateness. And I while I'm liking your design, I have to relate it to, I do want to see what the setback is. I do want to see what neighboring houses are and so forth. Because I want to make sure it's in scale. It's a large house, and so I'd like to see that. Anyway, the architecture. I sort of understand what the windows. That's okay. I've made my, okay. So thank you. I'm trying to get a hold of the style of this building, and in the relationship of your closed-in deck with the columns. And I'm wondering if you're looking for something a little more ornate and fanciful, I would think about adding maybe some decorative, triangles in the, what are those things called?
Brackets.
The brackets, to give it a little more, if you're looking to go that way. If you're looking to stay simple, then forget that comment. But there are some houses on Sankaty Road that do have this big dormer with these sort of shingles on a diagonal. So it's not, I think there are about 2 other ones. I think they both also have like light blue trim, something like that. But I am concerned about the width, side to side. And I'm just looking at the garage now. So how does that, and the driveway. So you're proposing a driveway right in front of the house?
Yeah, there's a fire hydrant just north of the curb cut as it exists right now. So we couldn't really change that.
Okay, so if there's any way to, instead of coming smack into the center of the house, pull all of that driving and cars off to the side, if was any way to redesign that, I think it's actually taking away from the design of your house. So, cars and garages are secondary. This is what you're trying to say. And I think it takes away. So, those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Let's see. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, thing that concerns me with the site plan is this sort of goes sideline, and the pictures that you included with our set showed pictures of around the neighborhood in Wisconsin on Sankaty Road, and most of them, with the exception of either the one right next to this house or next down, had the gable end facing the street, and the house went down that way. So it kept the size of the house small, and whatever you wanted to do. I don't see, I've looked a couple times, any additive massing, but the width of the building going across that property is going to go from line to line. And I don't know why you couldn't change it. It looks for you has enough properties to turn it, but using your own pictures, it showed the houses with the gable, which made them not be so impressive. And how tall is this?
Diane, I can tell you. I got a scale right here. Oh, it says it. 28 and a half feet. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 29 and a half.
Because I believe somewhere in the thing that they try and keep the houses in Wisconsin as a thing, as about 25 feet, which 29 feet is a really tall building for along Sankaty Road. The houses go up and down, and if they're way in the back, they can maybe look a little higher, but you're fairly close to the town, so I wondered if there's any way of bringing it down. So it isn't so tall in the area, and also on the front door, I think those panels of glass on either side of the door are too wide. I'd rather see the door wider and the panels shorter than what you got there. I appreciate the bottom part being wood, but they're really the same size as the door, which when the glass panes in the door are smaller, fits in. But that sort of, I would make the actual door bigger and get rid of the side panels, or maybe change your top panels to include smaller glass. I don't know what the size of those glass panes are, whether they're the same width, but they're not the same height. Anyway, that's just my suggestion. And it's a very nice building. I'd just like to see it turned and see if there's any way, if you have that width, is to bring something down to 1 story. Okay, thank you, Justin.
Sure. Thank you, Diane. Val, it's your turn.
I appreciate the changes that were made. Lowering the 2 wings that much made a huge difference in bringing the eave lines down from what was formerly much higher than the main mass. I think that, to me, looks like additive mass. I am sad that we went away from the shingled railing and posts, which made it more of a shingle style structure. Having watched that video, which was painful, it was clear that they didn't know what they were looking at. There was a lot of commentary about the latest iteration and what was below the posts and its shingled wall. I don't think it's that far off, aside from the sideline to sideline thing that everybody keeps coming back to. If you go out there and look at these buildings that are in this area, this is a story and a half. It's virtually the same massing. It's just that the lot is long and narrow. What's the colors again?
That was an interesting question, because black sash and black doors, everything else natural to weather. Now the exterior trim you have down is gray.
Yes.
So we have at least 3, maybe 4 approved grays. Do you have any idea which one you want to use?
Quaker.
Quaker gray. Yes.
That's a good one. That goes with that. I mean, if you need to visually bring it in, I would say get rid of the roof over the basement on the right-hand side of the building, which is the west, south. But from the front, that sort of gives it that additive massing and that hierarchy. I think it's all in all very simple. I think it's okay the way it is.
Thank you, Val. Abby, you had a little something to add?
Hi, Dustin. I was just looking at the previously proposed and Val said that she also liked that first floor of the porch coming in like that. I mean, I think I said something about the windows not relating to the openings, I think the first time this came around, but I also like that. And I was wondering, there's a house on Cottage Ave in Sconset. It's very similar to this. I wonder if you could take a look at it. I think they did a sort of a shingle style like this with a main mass and side massings.
What was
Yeah, I
that
think-
street again?
Cottage Ave, it's right off McKinley, and it's right across from number 10. And it's an infill, and it started out so bad, and it went through a couple of changes, but he nailed it in the end. It's a fabulous looking house. So and I appreciate the changes. I appreciate the side masses coming down, and I think the shed dormers are really much better than those doghouse. So I think you're getting there.
Almost there.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys, for that. So I also appreciate the changes. Big improvement over the previous. So I have a question for the board. We kind of poo-pooed this whole shingle style porch element that's now just columns. And, am I hearing that might be more like going back to that, or some variation on that would be more acceptable than just the post sitting on top of the parapet? That's number one. And number two is sort of, okay, one of the reasons that this is theoretically going side setback to setback is because there is a porch roof now being shown over the basement access. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the funny thing about that is that porch roof is probably 7 feet wide. And you're already not exactly going setback to setback anyway. So this would be, if you took it off, well, then, you've just gained 7 feet. But I think to Val's point, getting rid of that element is, it's making the building shorter, but it's also going to leave that elevation, that would be the south elevation, without a single story piece running across it to break it up. So if my vote would be to keep the porch, because it's just a porch, it's open, it's just a roof, it's not like enclosed space. So those are the few comments that I have on the architecture. I think for some reason I noticed that I'm not on the garage, the placement of the garage. Oh, so that's the other thing. It's not right up at the, we were talking about front yard setback. Well, it is setback. And I think part of the reason it's set back is because you want to put the garage up front there. So it's pushing the house back. Is that a bad thing or a good thing? I see it as a good thing because it's getting the house further away from the road. To Abby's point about the drive and the parking, I think that to the degree that you could move it over and have more green in front of the building instead of hardscape, that would be a good idea, but that's not something that's being reviewed right now. Right now, we're just reviewing the architecture of the main house. So I just thought I'd throw that in there because sort of illegally through the back door, because I'm not sitting on that application.
Well, I would make a motion for a few revisions, and I'd say if you were going to go back to that shingle style porch, just make sure the windows on that first floor relate to the openings, that they're a nice generous size, and there's a sort of shingle style.
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
Either the windows relate to the openings or the openings relate to the windows. Your call. Okay,
That's my
so
motion.
The motion is for some minor revisions?
Minor,
Is that
yeah.
what we got?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is for some minor revisions. On that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, you're close. Okay, so now, I don't know how this happened, but Abby, you're chairing the rest of the application on this, right?
I never heard. Track.
Hey, Val, is this yours?
Oh,
correct.
yeah, none of
Is
these
that
have
your-
been
your
heard.
site
No,
plan?
it's from over
Oh,
here.
okay.
Well, that's funny. Okay,
So
so,
how did that happen? If the first one was, then how, they should have tracked the same one.
you mean with the same board?
Yeah.
Well, one would think, yeah.
Didn't you leave for a minute for some reason?
Me?
Yeah.
Was your birthday day?
Again?
No.
But you're on this.
Almost a month after my birthday.
It's Carrie that's missing.
Yeah, so, hey, Terry, if you hear me out there, can you shed any light on the makeup of the board for the remaining applications here?
When was it last heard?
It was heard,
26.
well, no, it's old business of July 26th.
June 28th is the minutes.
Let's see already. Hang on a second. We're looking at Sankaty Road.
Oh, well, then it was my birthday.
It was your birthday.
Well, that's weird. So
Bumpty Boo, July 26th.
Oh, you left early.
You had to
Mr.
go
Welch
at
replacement.
7 o'clock
Da da
because
ba
you had
ba.
dinner.
Ba da ba da bum. Bay Lane. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to find. I've got my notes from July 26th pulled up. And man, is it way down here.
The original application of the main house got heard first.
Sankaty Road, 49 Sankaty Road, new dwelling. Wasn't, I don't have that as being heard on the 26th.
Terry, June 28th.
That might be, make a little more sense. Hang on a sec. June
No,
28th.
it's all-
Nope, I
it's
don't
all-
have those handy.
Oh, Terry, we got a finger on it.
We got
It
it.
was
Good.
Chairman's birthday.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. So I must have said, okay, guys, I got to run. And then Abby, you took up the chair and then you decided to have everything else to track. So,
And then I was able to jump in.
all right.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, okay, guys, I think we should stay with the board that is on this. And frankly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're going to have you're going to have one more net member on this one. Yeah, so I'm going to sit off of this.
Dustin,
The remaining ones.
when you make your next round of revisions, we need a site plan.
I'll do good.
This and
Hard
Jesse's
copy.
on this. Okay, all right, Abby, it's to you. Garage, floor, the back. Okay.
So who is actually sitting on this?
Well, so
Abby?
Terry, what happened was, this was the last application that I reviewed on my birthday, and then I scooted out.
Yeah.
And then Abby took over, and the motion was made to have all the rest of the items at this address track. So it was Abby chairing, but then Jesse was here, so he was able to sit on it. So now we're basically to the same board that your minutes reflect. Okay?
Okay, I have Abby, Diane, Val, and Jesse.
And Stephen.
Oh, and Stephen. Okay, that was the
Five
question.
people. Yep. Okay.
Okay, Dustin.
Yeah, we got a 2-bay garage towards the south of the lot. Those doors are either black or natural to weather. I think we proposed as black, but my client has actually said that he wants them to be natural to weather. Those are 10 wide by 8 tall. Looking forward to what you guys have to say.
Yeah, very good. Anybody ready?
Madam Chair.
Oh, Holly.
Wisconsin Advisory took a look at these on August 1st. They said it was too tall, massive, appears large enough for farm equipment with 12-foot wide bays.
Again, with
Yeah.
the snarky remarks.
I'm just reading what they send me,
Okay.
so my apologies. Suggestions: bring awning down 12 to 16 inches and bring eave down to top of doors. Reduce roof pitch. Garage doors should be natural, prefer gray sash over black for this neighborhood. Need dimensions of doors. From staff's perspective, I would recommend dropping the height and making it a little more diminutive. And those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Holly. Board members.
I'll go.
Okay.
I think this is a very simple structure. It's 20 feet, 7 3/4 inches in height. Overall, I don't see that as huge. Maybe the little pent roof can drop down. That would be fine. Honey, Right.
Oh, I thought you said 28.
No, and having just recently seen that meeting, they kept saying it was 23 or something, like it was so much taller. So people aren't paying attention. I don't think there's anything that I could say about this that.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks.
I have the
Diane.
same opinion. It's only 20 feet tall. It's very simple, couldn't be simpler. So I don't have a problem with it.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
I was just looking at garages in the neighborhood. I think it's appropriate relative to the size of the house and the design. I'm not personally a big fan of those doors, but their views.
What is the size of those doors?
Oh,
So the driveway can really.
Tell me when you're done.
That's it.
Okay, Jesse?
Certainly don't have any concern with the design of the building. It really, for me, it's about the placement and the placement of the driveway. Overall, which I know this is not on the application, notice the previous application, I feel like things should just move back. And maybe that'll allow the garage to turn so it's facing the road. But the design is fine, and it's just all the driveway in front of the house like that. Even if the house is moved back, just to give a little more space between the driveway and the house, a little more green space, that would be helpful as well. That's it.
Could I ask a question?
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Go ahead.
The little curly Q line all around with X's every 6 feet. What is that? Is that
It's
a fence?
some type of utility, I think, right?
I don't see any just.
There's a chicken wire fence. It's already on the property.
No, the FM going
Really?
to the proposed cabana.
I don't know.
Interesting. Is that staying?
Sewer force main.
No,
Yeah.
it's got the X's. Are those
Oh, the
posts
X's is fence.
holding up the chicken wire, or are this,
Yeah.
they're behind the hedge, right?
They're inside of a hedge. There's privet planted on
To
both
keep
sides
a
of
dog
it.
from
Okay,
running.
you didn't have any description of it, and I wanted to be sure that, because you're going to have a pool, which is gonna have an automatic cover, so that's good. And, okay, so that is a hedge with the wire running, and that's why there are poles all along the line. Fine, thank you.
Thank you, Diane. We're only talking about the garage architecture, so we'll talk about that driveway yet. I think that I have it that the doors are 8 feet high. And I think, I don't know, but that seems a little large for me. And I think the pent roof is a little heavy, because the rest of this building is really simple, and it looks like an old-fashioned sconsa garage with especially that west elevation, that you could see that everywhere. And I'm a little concerned about the natural to weather at the black and the gray. I think it's a little harsh. I haven't seen that a lot, like around Wisconsin. It's more painterly, sort of softer. So I'm a little concerned about that, but what is the pleasure of the board?
Motion approved is submitted.
Okay, there's a motion on Stephen's motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
I just like to see a softer color, as you mentioned. I don't see any.
I thought the color was tracking the house.
Um,
It's gray trim,
probably.
black sash.
Sorry, I'm
But we're
confused.
not, the
But he
house
says
is
the
coming
garage
back.
Doors are natural, right, Justin?
Correct.
But then,
And
that's
what's
true.
the roof?
A red cedar.
Okay.
Just
I'll go with
red cedar roof, natural to weather garage doors, and the windows and trim are gray and black
Black.
sash.
So I'll say, okay.
Okay, so we've got, any nays? Jesse,
No, I'm good.
you're good? Okay, I'm a nay, but that passes. So thank you, Justin, for that. We have the pool.
Madam Chair, could we do the cabana first? Do you mind?
Yeah, whatever you wish. What's this? Garage. Oh, okay, I didn't have those guys.
You were on that one, right? The garage.
Garage, yeah. Cabana.
Cabana, we have a
Go,
little
go.
kitchenette. I don't think we drew the toilet in there, but that other door is for a powder room.
So it's really a powder room.
It's a powder room on one side and a kitchenette on the other side, the partition wall.
Kind of interesting, Madam Chair, to see a cabana that is in a garage in a house and
Madam Chair,
Where did they
Yes.
change their
Sconset they reviewed it. They had one question. Does anything enclose open window? And I'm not too sure what that means, but no other concerns on the design. And I don't either. Thank you.
Does it have like some type of shutter?
Can you answer that,
Justin, how
Dustin?
about the open window part? Does that?
Yeah, we were discussing a mechanical shutter.
actually, I'd just like to speak on that, Madam Chair. I've actually seen the shutter that Dustin's company uses. It's actually not inattractive. They come in multiple colors, so it can be, something that blends in with either the window trim colors or the mortarboards and whatnot. But I just want to comment that this is like an invisible structure due to its size and its location.
I would motion to approve it as submitted.
Aye.
Aye.
And I am an aye. So that passes.
I believe it was called the bus stop in that meeting.
Sure
Oh.
was.
They're really riled up.
What were they on?
Bus stop, baby. Isn't there a song from them?
Bus stops are historical.
So now the pool? Pool and spa.
I have a question for you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Dustin, can you guys move the spa closer to the cabana?
The spa's on the other side.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You want it on the cabana
Well,
side?
I mean, look, it's not going to be visible, so I'm not going to make a big deal of it, but it just seems, looking at it in two-dimensional aerial plan, it makes more sense with respect to program to have it near the cabana and.
Well, not really. You want your dining table right there.
That's kind of what we're
Yeah.
going for, but.
Okay.
Is
Is
there
there-
any patio?
Well, I presume that was all patio around it. That's why it just seems like it's way out there. But again, it's not visible. It's not part of our purview to say where you put it. I was just curious. I mean,
Is
it
there
is
a-
our, I'm sorry, it can be part of our purview, but in this instance, it isn't. Just to be clear.
Okay, do we have do we have the drawing for this? Oh, okay. Holly, did you
That's
go?
what happens. It's like having a beer.
Sorry. Yes, Madam Chair. The only thing that Sconset mentioned was need full hardscape plan with equipment locations, no other concerns. So
Okay.
I'm assuming that we're going to be seeing that in the future.
Yeah. So the pool equipment will be going on the back side of the cabana, tucked away behind the exterior shower. I will update the hardscape plan. I just wasn't sure what he was going to be using for a patio. Now that he's selected his patio, it's going to extend 10 feet beyond the pool towards the back lot line, and then right up to the deck.
Okay, comments from the board?
Motion
Stephen,
approved with the hardscape materials to follow.
Could you hold that?
Yeah, sure.
Could you just do good?
Yeah.
Some other, so, Jesse, are you on this one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, could you give us your
Aye.
and I? Okay.
Well, motion to approve, right? I mean,
Oh,
Well,
no,
I
she's looking
just,
for feedback.
I'm just,
oh, feedback. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I think, I mean, due to the fact that you can't see it, I have no concerns.
okay, Val,
I should ask one question. on that.
I don't have a problem with it because of visibility, but I would just say any hardscaping that would be associated with this project would have to come back because really we're just approving the pool with the coping and lawn, right?
Yeah, and including if that spa is raised or not, and make sure you have that.
We need
elevation on
pictures of what that would look like and that kind of stuff, so.
are there any more materials around the pool? Is it really grass right up to the?
So it's a blue stone that extends 10 feet beyond the pool towards the back lot line, and then it's all grass beyond that.
It would be good if you gave us a drawing.
Sure.
Any more comments, Diane?
No, I think that I'd like to see it. I just want to make sure that it's not visible, winter and summer.
Yeah, I personally would like a more informative design. I'd like to know the materials. And I'm thinking the spa, I was wondering if the spa could be included into the pool so it doesn't take up that long, whatever that is, 38 plus 8. I would prefer that. And I really want to know the details on this, so.
So the whole for a vision, just and
More
drawings.
information.
More
Well, no,
information,
we
right?
could just approve it with grass right up to it, and then he can't do anything else until he comes back with
But I'm not
a
sure.
landscape plan.
Really, but that's not, I don't think that's what he wants. Do you want to give us more detail?
I
You
would
wanna come-
actually love that, because if I can't get this in now, I gotta wait another 6 weeks, and there's no way I'm gonna get a pool company to get digging before that. You know, I'd have to wait till the spring, and then.
It seems, if I may, Madam Chair, it seems like the material objections are about the materials. So if we were to,
Well, and I was about the size of the spa.
yeah, and I wanted to move it too, but I
Right.
think we're gonna be, I don't think there's enough of us on that one.
All right, so what is the pleasure of the board? Do you
Well,
want
I
to try
think we
that?
definitely want to see the hardscape, and we're gonna need to see where the AC pads are, the pool equipment, all the rest of that. So I would make a motion to approve the pool and spa locations and note that the hardscape needs to come back to us for review.
Okay, all right,
Can't be seen at time of
yes,
inspection
sorry.
and thereafter in perpetuity.
Okay.
In perpetuity?
and perpetuity. All in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
I would like to know whether that is a raised spa or,
Will not be raised.
okay. Good, aye.
Aye, and Jesse, did everybody?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm a nay.
Thank you.
That was it, right? You all set? Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Catone. Sherburne,
Yes.
we paid a visit with your neighbor a short while ago. Yeah, the other, your next door neighbor.
Yeah, I saw that.
got to put in better.
So,
Let's see. Oh, I got my pen. Okay, so Mark, let's see, myself, Abby, Diane, Val, Stephen, everybody here. Okay.
Thank you. Scribble, 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 scribble. You, yeah, I think we saw.
How about, Mark, that you start into an overview of what you changed?
Yeah, we significantly redesigned the rear proposed addition. We included, I don't think hardly anything, there's really nothing visible on this sheet. If we bounce to the next, just, yeah, there you can see what is existing, what had been proposed previously, and the larger scale obviously is what we are coming back to you with. We dropped the ridge. I'll back up a little bit. I think, though you appreciated, we were trying to draw from the original architecture of the main structure. It overwhelmed and competed with that structure. So it was recommended maybe to take it in a different direction, which we just did a simple gable with shed dormers, which are set back, dropped. It resulted in a ridge height reduction of 6.5 feet. So we're now, I believe, at 21.6 as compared to 28.1 previously.
Okay.
I think that's it.
I'm looking forward to hearing what HSAB had to say on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1920s colonial revival within the Sherburne Heights historic summer subdivision. I think there's also a Sherburne Bluffs is also another name for the subdivision. HSAB took a look at the revisions per your request on August 8th. They said the existing one-story addition can get away with a shallower roof pitch because it is a discrete and low profile. The proposed two-story addition is much more visible and should relate to the existing roof pitches. The previous proposal would have worked fine if the plate was a few feet lower and creating a true story and a half with recessed dormers. The four gang French doors and the square windows need rethinking. The doors should be a 15 light per existing, and HSAB respectfully request revisions if the commission is so inclined. From staff's perspective, I do agree with HSAB's suggestion regarding the height in the previous submittal and reduce the height and the scale. I think that worked actually. But I appreciate the existing structures photos included with the revisions. That's very, very helpful with the proposed and existing elevations, and appreciate trying to reduce the size of the second story addition. But inclusion of the shed dormers seem out of place. I agree with HSAB regarding the doors. Maybe keep the 6/6 windows. I note that the existing rear addition there actually has, where the main dwelling itself has 2/2s, the back portion has 6/6. So maybe keep that, just a thought. Since the new dwelling, and again, this is a comment that I mentioned for the last application at 7 with Studio Park. Since the new dwelling at 7A is proposed and before the HGC at the same time as this one, it would be helpful if the site plans with the new and existing driveways could be shown. This plan shows a driveway cutting proposed, not accurate. If you can go back to the site plan, as you wouldn't mind. And then I also wanted to note, and maybe Mark, you could lighten on this one. Does this property have a special permit from the planning board for the secondary driveway access, or is that pre-existing?
That's pre-existing to our knowledge.
Pre-existing.
Yeah,
Okay.
to that. That's how they gain access to the garage today.
Can you go to the site plan? So, yeah,
They're
right there.
that's existing.
Okay.
And the driveway to the right
That's
no longer
existing.
is on their property because the lot was subdivided. So their parking is in the front and they have access to the rear.
Okay. And that's where the confusion was lying, because
It's showing the second lot that used to be part of this, but it was subdivided
Yep.
off. The privet, there's a line straight up to the left of that driveway.
and I think this was more, Mr. Chair, through you, for the other application that Studio Park has, because they actually are showing they have a second curb cut. There was all that discussion previously about access, and I just wanted to bring that up, and that's
Yeah,
where it would
yeah,
be
no,
nice to
it's-
kind of
it's-
understand
yeah, understood.
what's actually being utilized, what do they have versus, yeah. So that was my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. And by the way, folks, I know a little bit too much about this area. So just to the left of this, there's an exclusive use easement on that little portion of the road right there to benefit this person up in that corner. That's Joe Topham's client.
Yeah.
So you can't like drive around Sherburne Way like this. You're not allowed to do it. You can go this far, turn in, and you can come out here and turn in, but you can't go the whole way. The reason I'm saying that is because the number of people that are going to drive by the back of this house is like seriously limited. And anybody that's been up there, this is like overgrown grass that's like the Holly's Point, 5 feet wide. So the visibility of this thing has to be taken into consideration. Okay, so having said that,
I'll go.
Would like to start? Yeah.
If I may.
Yeah, please.
Mark, I appreciate the changes. I think, could we focus on the east elevation? I agree with the comment that was made by advisory that lower slope roof, you can get away with that lower slope roof relative to the rest of the house because it's hidden. But if we could kind of go up a little bit more and then zoom in on the currently proposed and the last proposed. I mean, this isn't going to be visible. I'm fine with it as it is. I think you actually were much more successful with the previous submission, subject to bringing it in a little, just a little bit, compressing the width and the height, so that the end result is that gable is slightly subordinate to the middle. What is in the upper left image is the middle gable. And also bringing, and I understand the roof pitch would be different, but on your, what will be our cardinal point, which is the right of the proposed east previously, the north, so that the ridge that would face north, the gable that would face north, I wouldn't change the eave, but you might slightly change the pitch to bring it down so it's subordinate to the gable facing us of the proposed addition. Again, it's not going to be visible as you've drawn it. It tracks the existing structure. If you were to compress the width slightly and the height slightly, it would be subordinate to the existing, which is in the upper left corner, the leftmost. It would be subordinate to that mass by just a little bit. I'm not suggesting anything like this that's been proposed in terms of the height, the degree of the subordination of height, but just a tiny bit. And I think that would be more successful, just much more cohesive.
What are you saying, Stephen? I'm missing.
Stephen is saying, and HSAB actually said this, to do a variation, slightly scaled down variation of the previous submission rather than a essentially single story. That's a cathedral space, right?
No, we have a bedroom up there. So that's why that Eave line is
okay,
high
all right.
there.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so we could it's a master bedroom suite up there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So did that make sense, Abby?
So it gets,
Yeah, I'm just trying to, and
it's slightly challenging to work
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the original design in the upper left hand because that pitch is so aggressive, and we start to drop that plate. We get some really challenging valleys to just chop the space up. So
I wouldn't drop it. I'm not.
yeah,
just to be clear, I'm not
and
suggesting
dropping, it felt funny to reduce pitch because then I have even though we did a separate or a different pitched mass in the new proposal, mixing pitches seemed, given how strong the gables are in the original mass, it seemed a little conflicting. So maybe just taking it in a slightly different direction to the rear mass felt a little more successful in respecting the original design. Is our thought.
Fair enough, thank you.
So do you want to continue, Abby?
Yeah, I can try. Yeah, it's very challenging, those two gables peaked like that. You either go with that again, like you did the first time, or you go with this and just give, credence to the original architecture. And I think I like this iteration better. So,
The most recent.
the most recent one, I think you've done a good job. And I think, like you said, Ray, it's in the back and it's probably not going to be seen. I think it's pretty sensitive to the old building, so I think
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
All right,
Thank you, Abby. Let's see.
I'll go.
Yes, go ahead, Diane.
I think one thing that hits me is the shed dormers. They're very much wider than the windows. I'd either spread the windows or bring the dormers in. I think that they wouldn't be so top heavy sort of, if they were brought in, but I don't know what the conforming rooms are, but I would like to see them either, as I say, spread so they go out the full thing or bring it in. Thank you.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Val?
I have nothing to add. I also liked the first one with the exception of it being the same height as the main part of the house. I don't disagree with Diane. I think the dormers seem kind of chunky. And if they could actually pull out farther, I guess the windows would
Could
have
get
to
taller.
be too low.
Yeah.
It just, because they're such a different proportion than the rest. The rest of this house is tall and skinny,
And
and
pointy.
those are
Yeah.
chunky monkey.
So well, there's two different ways of going about that. One would be to make them taller, but the other one would be to make them narrower.
I said make them
Oh,
narrow.
like the more
The
Victorian.
windows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of,
So really, it's about the pane size for me on those.
Okay, Val, so, thank you. So I'm actually comparing what Mark's doing here to what we're looking at today or not looking at, because I think everybody knows this house really well, but they know it from how it addresses Sherburne Turnpike. And the fortunate thing in this case is that you get to see all the good stuff and not the kind of, ramshackle additions that are there on the backside because nobody goes back there. So I think that Stephen's corrections, modifications to the first one, or what's on the table right now, are both fine with me. Like, they both work.
Our current, my homeowner, my applicant is preferring the second iteration. Actually, it's a simpler design in the end.
I mean, he
If there were
loses
an
a
option
substantial
provided,
amount
yeah.
of floor
And
space, but-
I'll remind the board, there is a pool that's been previously approved in the backyard with the understanding of, obviously, all this is screened and lack of visibility, and the development of the lot will certainly screen this as well.
Well, I think narrowing up those windows and I'm even okay with the French doors as drawn. I know that they wanted to go to a different light configuration, but I think given the fact that those double hung windows are
yeah, they're
actually larger than the French doors, that I'm okay with it. So those are my comments. So what do we want to do with this?
I'd like to try a motion.
Yeah, go
It's
ahead.
pretty simple. A motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, all right, we'll see how that goes. All those in favor of Abby's motion to approve as submitted, say aye. Aye. Do we have any objections to that?
No,
No.
I wanted the shed dormers to come in, shrink down, or
Oh, okay.
There's a motion
I
on
thought
the
he
floor.
thought it was a good idea too.
You mean Mark?
Yeah,
you want to try a modified motion?
Sure.
Then you get Diane.
Sure.
Can you just shrink the dormers up a little bit?
I think you want to have it approved as submitted with the shed dormers reduced either in size or the windows length, the windows moved out. I think that's,
I think
that good.
gapping the windows will look a little awkward. No.
So
versus mulling them?
reduce the width of the dormer.
I think the width of the dormer will be more successful.
Okay, that would be good.
Okay, so the revised motion, even though I'm kind of sure that the previous motion approved, but, so the revised motion is to approve as submitted with the dormers on the east elevation, narrowing up, let's say, a foot each. Is that fair?
Yeah, and we haven't looked at, we got them on the west, so I'm gonna match everything.
Okay,
Yes,
right.
thank you, Mark.
Okay, all right, so that's a revised motion. That was from Diane. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Nobody. Okay, thanks, Mark. Thanks for working with us. Okay.
This is me
This is you,
representing,
Lisa.
um,
Yeah. Myself, Diane, Stephen, Jesse.
Am I on this one? Oh, yeah.
You
yes,
are,
yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
Tonight is your night to shine.
Shine, baby.
Oh, so actually, this approval right here, that's for Lisa's, which we haven't reviewed yet. We have Mark's thing.
Oh, gosh.
No, I know.
this was previously seen on July 5th
Mm-hmm,
and held for minor revisions.
okay.
The dormer was to be, let me see, with smaller windows to more track the house that's on the site in front of us.
Looks like you.
Which is
oh,
on
you
the
eliminated
cover
little-
page.
Little shed pop out, right?
Yeah. To drop the pitch of the dormers to a 4 and 12, or at least the one on the front with the windows we're talking about. Change the window pattern on the garage door, which is on, well, not one of these elevations, the next one.
elevation.
Yeah. No, the garage, I had written down window pattern on garage doors, but I don't see that they changed that, did they? No, I guess we didn't, because we thought maybe you're not really gonna see it. But there was a comment to add grills to the sliders and make the window in the gable there above the sliders a larger size. And I don't know if Santa looked at it again.
I can answer that.
Okay, oh, and to remove the bump out for the gas fireplace, which was on the other.
Right.
So just for the record, Mr. Chair, the main dwelling on the lot actually has an HDC survey. Surprisingly, it's a 1975 Cape. Wisconsin took a look at the revisions. They had no concerns, and neither do staff. Appreciate the change to the dormer and the other changes. That's
Excellent. Thanks, Holly. Okay, folks, who wants to start?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Ooh la la, that was quick, right out of the gate. Should we give that a try? Does anybody need to discuss any aspect of this prior to my, yes, Stephen?
I guess I would just say that I wish the roof pitches reflected more closely the existing structure. There's a pretty dramatic, I mean, obviously the shed roof is gonna, but it seems to me like there's a big difference. And this is a conventional, more contemporary Cape style home, whereas the other is kind of like a.
Did you say that the first time?
No, but we reserve the right to change our minds on a regular basis, even during the hearing that we're talking about. Look, it's at the rear of the lot. I'm not suggesting that to torpedo it. I'd be remiss if I didn't comment, now that I'm looking at it.
What is the roof pitch on the main door?
It looks to me like it's more like a 712.
Oh,
There's a picture.
it's a very dramatic difference.
Can we go to the picture?
Because, you know, if you did switch this to a 7 or an 8, it would like seriously, oh, whoa.
No, that's a shed.
I know, but if that's a 7, you're lucky.
If you can blow that up at all, where there's the buildings in the field, you can see.
Wow, so Stephen's made
It
a
doesn't
comment.
look like
Yeah,
it's
You know,
I'm not looking to.
anything else on that, Stephen?
Look at that pitch. That is not an 8.
What are you talking about?
Right there. That's the
Yeah.
house.
Well, those are 4s.
Right, that's what Stephen was saying earlier, is like that really the dormer pitches match more closely. Anyway, so that's all you have to say, right, Stephen?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's see, Abby?
Am I on this?
Wait a second, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong line. Jesse? Aye. Oh, okay, all right, let me
Oh,
flip
that's
to
right.
Diane.
I had a motion.
Before you, okay.
I had a
made a
motion.
motion.
Oh, you made a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, that's right. Oh, God,
Oh,
it seems like an hour ago.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, so Diane, do
88
you have any
minutes.
concerns with this, or?
No, I
Oh,
think it
okay,
will
so
be
then
good.
I'm gonna entertain Jesse's motion and see where it goes. All those in favor of Jesse's motion to approve is submitted?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there it was.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now Matthew.
It's the Matt McEachern closing out the hour.
This one's gonna be quick.
Okay,
Famous last words.
love it.
Tell us some jokes.
I actually just told one out in the hallway, but
Oh,
Stephen,
is it about Land
that's you,
Rovers?
right?
it actually had to do with Scottish people.
Oh,
Oh, no, stop right
Hey,
there.
yeah,
Huh?
I'm not Scottish, but
I
you
am.
know.
I am.
I'm allowed.
oh, I'm not on this. Oh, this.
No, okay, so you're bored on this, myself.
I gotta go.
Actually, for all these applications that we're about to review, myself, Abby, Diane, Val, Stephen. Okay? 1, 2,
Mr.
3,
Mark
4, 5. Good, we got all.
Patel.
Thank you.
Regular.
Yeah, I just learned that Mirka's not gonna be here tonight. So I think that with your permission, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
so where we left off with the house, I think that everybody was pretty good with it. There was a couple of minor changes, specifically adding the chimneys and the 2 main masses, which we did. We can play around with those, make them off center. I did center them. And I think that it really kind of came down to the landscape. And so I know that Mirka did submit revisions. She did lower the grade, and so I can try to go through that with you. But if you want to start with the house, we can do that too.
I actually think that because of the topo is kind of the main issue on this, has been the main issue on this. I would like you to wrap the topo, whatever you have to say on that, into this discussion.
Wrap the topo into this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, if you've lowered the grade, I want to hear about it.
Yeah, I can just tell you that we've lowered it, I think, by about another 18 inches from what we had already done previously. So we had actually dropped the first finished floor. I think from the first submission that you had seen it, I believe we've dropped it about 18 inches, and then we did it another 18. In that center section, basically between the 2 structures, probably the transverse section there, you can see that is where I believe that she lowered the grade. So sunk down the middle section, also dropped the first floor, finished floor height of the guest house as well. So basically, I think that the feedback that I think that she heard, and again, I wish she was here to present this, but that took what you had said, took that center section where that area of fill is and dropped it even further. That's the long and short of it. So,
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
I think she did what you asked her to do to the best ability that she could. I think that upper section definitely shows the existing, slope, the grade. I know Arthur Reed's here.
Yeah.
And since we're on the subject and Arthur's here, just to reiterate to everybody here, I know that they had, the owner sought Concom approval for a grading plan. That grading plan was approved by the Conservation Commission. He started moving dirt around based on that. I think that was obviously premature. What we've covered here at this board, and I've talked to, whoever's asked me about this, that basically the moving around of that dirt doesn't matter because you're not going to approve it. You didn't approve it. You're not reviewing that pile of sand that's been moved around. What you're going to hopefully approve is what the existing grading was, which is listed in this plan, versus a new grading plan. So the discussion about, and I understand the concerns of the neighbor, but the reality is you are the ones that are in control of what the final grading is to be approved. What's there now is not going to stay. It's going to be likely removed.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Hey, Arthur, we see your hand up, so it's your turn. And anyone else who happens to be in Zoom land that would like to speak on this, if there is anyone. Okay?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I represent Gary Engel, the owner of the property immediately to the north. And I believe you've seen a photograph that I submitted a few days ago that was taken by my client's agent, which shows, as indicated, a pile of a platform, basically, that appears to be as much as 10 feet above grade. That obviously that's it. From our assumption, that would be where the house would be built. And on the basis of that, we would think that it would be substantially elevated above the surrounding area. There would be a zoning issue with regard to it, which I'm sure the applicant and his surveyor are going to be taking into consideration, as they'll have to. Obviously, if the structure is not going to be using that platform, if it's going to be at a lower level, if it's going to be conform with the applicable requirements, then that's a different story, as Matt, based upon what Matt just indicated. But we're sitting here taking a look at what's there at the present time, and assuming that that pile of dirt was put there for a reason, and that the objective is to build a house on top of it and thus dominate the landscape. I think we'd like to see some more clear indication of exactly what the elevation of the structure is going to be and exactly how it's going to be placed in the grade before this thing is finally acted on by the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Arthur. Is there anybody else on that wants to speak on this application? If so, make sure to unmute. Okay, I think the answer is no. Okay, Arthur, thanks again. All right, board members.
I have a question.
Yes.
A procedural question.
Yes.
Is there not a way that we can have someone, a surveyor, a professional, go out there and tag or benchmark that lower grade prior to any construction?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this board in the past, when I sat on the other side of the table, the board would require there to be a benchmark memorialized, untamperable on site that says this is the, finished floor elevation, to a tree or something like that, so that we can go back and reference it.
Yeah, that if I could, through you, Mr. Chair. So I would also the topography plans that we've presented show the existing grade versus the proposed. And we have a, licensed surveyor who's involved. I understand why the neighbors are concerned because they moved a bunch of dirt there, but we know it's going away. We have nothing, we're not trying to pull a fast one. I know that didn't help themselves. And so we're willing to do whatever you want. The numbers are the numbers, and I don't think they're going to change.
It's an interesting thing. So while I'm looking at that photograph that shows all the fill, I say, how does the level portion of that fill relate to what is on the drawings right now? Like, is it higher?
That's
if
the
so,
house and below is the retaining, right? Isn't that,
The
the
photograph
house will
that-
sit there and that's the retaining around it?
Are you talking about the photograph that Arthur supplied?
That's just the pile of dirt that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
So
There's a
well,
pool.
no, what I'm saying is Matthew is saying that the top of that pile of dirt does not necessarily represent the finished grade.
Not at all.
Do we know what the finished grade will be? I mean, could we put a mark there?
That's
Well,
what I'm
that's
asking.
what's under discussion right now.
Well, I have
So-
two questions. One is, Matt, is it higher or lower than what's shown?
I'm guessing it's higher. I don't know what it is.
That's what
to be
I
honest
thought.
with you.
And then number two, I think, and this isn't just, I'm bringing up because it's topical. When applicants come in and say existing, well, existing is not necessarily existing a year ago. It can be existing as of now, which we experienced recently in the Pleasant Street area, where there's a bunch of fill and they're saying, well, relative to existing, it's going to be a certain height. So the reason I mention is I think if we're going to talk about benchmarks, we need to talk about a benchmark relative to a particular location referenced from the town's topo map, so that we have a very clear indication of what that height difference is. And we have a very clear reference to what the reference is, because otherwise it's this kind of ambiguous thing and, oh, well, I meant existing. And again, Matthew, this isn't directed at you. I'm not suggesting it. But I just think it's important that we use this. If we're going to start doing that, that's how we approach this one too.
And just to point out, if I could, Stephen, because I think that it's a valid point, because you can go to the Concom, you can get a grading plan approved, grade it, get it reshot, call that the existing grade. Right, and I understand that, that's a real, you could do that. In this instance, we actually included, and before any grading was done, the existing topo was on our plans. And Mirica's plans reflect that as well. So like I said, I don't know what the thought process was behind it, but I understand it's caused a lot of confusion. I don't want to be in a situation where we've got a really built up grade or anything like that. So we are following the same protocols we always have, and I can we can actually have the surveyor verify that the existing topo, which it's the same thing. Even before I was hired, they had an existing topo, and it was it's severe. It drops off and it does what it does, and that's what we're basing our grading plan on. So
Okay, thanks, Matt.
happy to do a benchmark too, if that's helpful.
I think it's an absolute must.
The other thing that's occurring to me is Matthew's answer to your question, which I believe is correct. Is the grade at the house higher or lower than the pile of dirt? And the answer is higher.
I think it's lower. I think that
At the house. Because you're stepping from that mid area where the pool is up to the house.
I think it's
You know what I'm
almost,
saying?
yeah, I do. I do think that I don't know exactly where that existing pile is. I don't know, but I'm assuming it's higher than what our finished grade is going to be.
Would anybody be interested in seeing where the pile of dirt is topographically?
Yeah.
You know what I
think
mean?
that
Like,
would
so
make you
we
more
have all these sections and everything. We say house, finished floor 42, guest house, first floor 38. Like, how tall is that pile? Can we get did you say it was Bracken?
No, Dan Malloy.
Dan Malloy. Could you get Dan Malloy to put a flag up on top of that pile and say this is elevation whatever?
I'm sure we could.
All right, so I'm just asking.
I'm sure we could. I would anticipate that it's going to be higher than what we're showing. I mean, the whole point is that we're trying to lower the grade and do as minimal fill as possible.
Well, right, but from the low end of the site to the high end of the site, you're sort of terracing, if you will, house high, guest house low, pool in between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Burn.
Where does that sit vis-a-vis all of those three things? That's what I'm asking. I know you
It's
don't
on
know.
the plan.
It's a
It shows on the
rhetorical-
plan what the existing topo.
No. The pile of dirt.
I don't know.
That's what
don't know.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know
That
either.
makes it hard for us to
Right.
visualize
Yeah.
what we're approving, I think is what Ray is
It's
saying.
not this right here.
No, so look,
It's higher.
nobody, I can guarantee you that nobody in this room knows what the top of that pile elevation is right now.
Nor could we
Including
even
probably
venture
Dan
guess.
Malloy right now, because no one's been instructed to give that a benchmark. You know what I'm saying?
I totally understand, but they moved a bunch of dirt around. You have existing topography, and we have proposed. And I understand that the pile is
I'm not going
confusing.
down that particular road. I'm just saying that, like, as a reference, almost like putting up a height pole on the property, say, okay, that pile of dirt right there is 3 feet higher than the elevation of Matt's most recently proposed pool. That's all.
Could I ask a favor of the board then? If we could hold this until next week, and I can get you what the top of that, I could get an elevation
Hey,
shot of the
listen.
top of
I
that.
actually think we should have a mark where this is the floor height of the house. This is the floor height of the second
And you know
house,
what,
and this
seeing
is
as the
one of
pile is
pool.
there, you can set up like a story pole. This is the elevation of the dirt. This is the elevation as proposed of the grade at the house. This is the elevation of the pool terrace.
But I want to, sorry, Mr. Chair, I want to make sure I'm understanding greatly. This is for viewing purposes. It's not for the benchmark, because the benchmark needs to be set
No,
from the.
exactly.
Okay.
Benchmark isn't going to be the pile of dirt.
But so can we go back to the section, because before we go to maybe moving this to next time, can we zoom in on, I don't know, the middle one? And on the right, a little more in. Take it up 3 clicks. Okay, so Matthew, I'm kind of back to where I was. I'm looking at this, finished floor height is 42. Existing highest point on the site as of the date of the topo of the town is 40.
Really?
You referencing the GIS?
Yeah.
I think that's not very accurate.
Well,
at all.
no, actually, I want to ask you to look into that, because this is based on the federal GIS data that is
It's done by
shot.
satellites. I don't think they take
They're
spot
wicked,
elevations.
Wicked.
Is that new? Because
Yeah.
I haven't had luck with that in the past.
Yeah, no, I'd suggest you look into it, because I think that this is 2022 data, 2021 data, and that it's much more accurate than you might think.
I'll get you the.
It's not it's not the maps from when we were Boy Scouts, Matt.
I was never a Boy Scout.
Okay, well,
The-
but in any event, the point is that my concern is, if we're using the town's data, then maybe if it's not accurate, then we need to have it verified for an individual property. But for me, looking at this now, there's a 2-foot increase in the finished floor height versus the highest point. And one of the points I had made earlier on was actually to have the house site lower than the bluff.
Can we pull up the site plan with the topo on it? Because we can put this to rest pretty quickly, I think. Can we pull up Mirka's plan, because that's got all the existing versus proposed topo on it?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't have them in the packet, so online.
There you go. So if you want to zoom in, for example, at the mound, which is on the left, right through section A. If you zoom in further on the left, you'll see that all that is existing topography. So I can't see it from here, but what is the highest point there?
42, 41.
If you scroll further to the left, sorry.
41 along a lot of it. I see a 42 over by the line.
I'd keep going. It goes up to
42,
43,
41,
going.
43.
Yeah, so this
Goes
is
up. I think it goes up even higher than that. So the highest point on the property is 45, and that's from the survey. That's the survey from the surveyor. So, and that's what we're basing everything off of, and we have to trust the survey. I mean,
Well, and the survey will be consistent with itself.
Yeah.
Right, so if one person's 42 is another person's 45, like, so if we're using your math, it should reflect, like, if your top highest point of the bank is, did you say 40?
Well, I'm using the site, the GIS data from the town.
And wasn't it around 40?
40 is the
Okay,
highest
so if
point,
this says 45, then that means there's a difference of 5 feet.
which is substantial enough to want to look into.
Right. Now, I would love to get this project off the table, as I'm sure you and your client would like. I do like the idea of, rather than, reviewing all this stuff, the issue here is all about grading.
Totally.
Always has been. It's not necessarily about the architecture, or very little of it is. And so I think that this board would benefit immensely from use the pile of dirt, not as our benchmark, because we'll memorialize it elsewhere on a more permanent thing. But use that as a stage for giving us a story pole that says highest point of bank, first floor of main house, level of pool, things like that, so we can go out and reference it all with respect to the pile of dirt.
Sure. Some of those may be, and I don't know exactly, but some of those finished floor elevations might be below the pile of dirt, but we could
Very
figure out a way
true.
to.
So you know how it works. You have a little thing on there. It says finished floor, 3 feet below this mark.
Yeah.
I think the spa and the pool are in. Is that correct?
I also.
On the
No,
site?
no.
No, that was a photograph of the neighbor whose house you're familiar with that moved back off the bluff. Quite large, significant house, but that's their pool and spa. That was taken from their property.
Did you say this was going to be the simple one, or is it the next one?
What's that? I did. I was joking around. I know. I was joking. I'm like,
Hey, so did you say question?
no, I just said, no.
Okay. So I want to move this along,
So
particularly
a view as described by the chairman with respect to marking that pile.
So can somebody make the motion, like, officially for this one?
Can
Which-
we
Yeah.
come back?
I just did.
Okay.
Is it possible to come back next week? Because I could
Well,
probably get it
it's
done in
going
a
to come
week.
back next week. So Steve, we'll call it Stephen's motion, is to put up a story pole on the pile of dirt, reference the topo of the top of the pile of dirt with respect to Malloy's survey, not necessarily town survey. The highest point on the property, put that on, first floor of main house, and let's just go pool terrace level. And that'll give us a much better picture of where we are.
Coping.
Yeah, coping's fine.
Yeah, and I would just suggest, Matt, have them throw different stakes in right next to each other, and they can be labeled.
Yes.
It's going to be a lot simpler for us to decipher what's going on. when we
Rather than one pole.
Yeah.
Different poles that show each thing.
And I would correlate roughly their location as well. So for example, if the pool terrace, we would put the stake close to where the pool terrace is.
If you can do that, great.
Yeah.
If you can do that, so much the better.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and then to be heard again next Tuesday.
That's my motion.
Okay. On the motion, all those in favor? Say
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next thing, why don't we have the guest house track?
So moved.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, there's also the landscape spa.
Oh, yeah,
and
sorry,
sport
yeah,
court,
that's
so
right,
we could
that's
maybe
right.
just put them all.
And those two.
So all three of the next three applications to track to be heard next Tuesday. And on that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're good. Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now do we have Stephen on board for this, Sandy Drive?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Linda had told me, because Linda's been helping or working
Oh.
with Stephen, to say that they wanted to pull this over to next week, next Tuesday.
Hold it over. Okay, so could I have a motion on that?
Make a motion to hold for next Tuesday?
Very good. Thanks, Diane. For those of you sitting on this application, of whom there are 4, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. you're in that, right? Nantucket Architecture Group, Sandy Drive. Nobody opposed, right? No one opposed to that. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Matt. Oh, actually, Matt, you're up again,
We
huh?
have Matt up again.
Yeah, Matt's, now we're at Dave Street.
Can I get a clarification for you on the board? I didn't, Terry, I don't know if you can hear me through the chair. I actually hadn't recused. I may have stepped out for a quick drink of water, but I wanted to see if you had notes on this.
On which one? The Sandy Drive?
Yes. You have two people down as recused.
Both Sandy
It may have been that that you stepped out, and I put that under recused because I can't tell whether or not you're in the room.
Okay, and the same is for the 12 Dave Street, because typically what I'll do is I'll sit in the back quietly so as not to disrupt an application, but I'm still present. So I just wanted to reflect for the record, number one, I hadn't recused.
I consider it that if you step away from the table, it's like a recusal. I'm sorry, because where I am and where you are, I can't tell. If you said I'm not going to sit on it and roll back, or I want to be an alternate and roll back, then if you tell me, I can put you in as the alternate.
Okay.
But when you leave the table, to me, that becomes a recusal.
Okay, and just for the record, I mean, going forward, if I recuse, I'll state I recuse because I think that's really one of the requirements.
Yeah.
But for these applications, I'm not recused, and I'd like the record to reflect that.
Well, and I'm listed in the minutes and it says I'm recused.
Wait a minute. No, I'm looking at, you're listed as sitting. So I can't help you on what's on the agenda.
Which one? On Dave
Oh,
Street?
Val's listed as recused on all four.
She says Oliver and Welch.
But in the minutes, she's sitting. And you're not even there, so I don't know where you were looking at the minutes. I'd have to go back and see if you were at that meeting or if you'd left early or coming late or what.
Well, she's in the minutes as having spoken, Terry.
Yeah, in the minutes, they are correct. What I'm saying, the minutes are correct. The agenda is wrong.
May I interject? This might have been
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
So, okay, no, I didn't understand that.
Ez wants to say something.
May I interject? This might have been my error. Because I'm the one that types up the agenda.
Yeah.
So I just added the wrong.
That's fine.
Commissioners.
So the bottom line is that you are on this, right, Val?
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
May I also add that this is why it's important that applicants add minutes with these applications?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'd like to add one other thing before we start. Could someone pass the snack cup?
We're never gonna get to this chicken box thing. You guys can go home. We only have 35 minutes. Okay, so I'm sorry, were you gonna say something else, Stephen?
Just pass the snack cup, please.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
All right. We got some special guests. Are you guys gonna talk?
It depends on how it goes.
We'll see how Matt does.
No
You
pressure.
should see the way they're looking at you.
I
right
know.
now.
No, I could feel it in the back of my head.
No. Okay. We're at 12 Dave Street. Everybody listen up because it's myself, Abby, Diane, Jesse for sure, and apparently Val was sitting on this as well. So we're going to include her, which means that we do have a 5-person board, which I like. Okay, let's go.
Jesse wasn't on it.
He's listed.
No,
Okay.
Dudley wasn't on it?
Well, yeah, I don't remember.
It says Pole Camp, Coombs, Oliver, Thornwell.
Well, our chairman's looking at the list here.
Mine says, oh,
Yeah,
cat.
this, she said she needed.
Made a mistake, the whole thing. Very good.
So am I or not?
You're not.
Okay.
Sorry, pal. You're not.
And what was the date of the meeting?
July 12th.
Okay,
I was here.
let's go.
Here's why.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
As things stand right now, you have a four-person board. Good?
I'm good with that. Do we have, is it possible to have an alternate?
Well, sadly,
I think there's some.
there are none listed.
If I could mention, based on my minutes dictating,
Yes.
I have Val, Diane, Abby, Carrie, who's not here this
Right.
evening, and you.
Oh, yeah. That was what was up there. So that yields a four-person board because Carrie's not on.
Right.
The question was whether there's any alternates, and I don't think that there are.
While you're talking, I'll look up the video and see if I was here.
Excuse me, the minutes from the 12th indicate Stephen left around 7 o'clock.
There you go.
So that's why you're not in there, Steve.
All right. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, let's do it. So I'd say probably the largest change, so starting with building one, which is the structure closest to Dave Street. So feedback from the board was we did have it over 30 feet per zoning, but I think the board collectively just wanted us to get it below 30 feet, so that's what we were able to do. We took it out of the first and second floor and we altered the roof pitch. So the height is just under 30 feet. We also changed the dormers on the east elevation, east and west elevation. Those are previously gable dormers. You asked us to change those to sheds. So we actually dropped the header height. The header height on the dormers is low, but it definitely works. I think it was a great suggestion. We made some minor revisions, second floor fenestration. I think that Abby, you may have had a comment just about the size of the windows, trying to get them a little bit larger, get the spacing a little bit more aligned with the first floor fenestration. Other than that, we just made some minor changes. West elevation, but you can just see that one window is clouded. So those are the changes. Again, I think that there was some discussion about the height and the structure, and I think again Bayberry Court is certainly part of the context. We actually submitted. Julie had taken some photographs of the area with some notes, sent those to the staff. And I think that those are definitely very helpful. The other idea behind this too is that the band house, which is building 2, which is a smaller or a shorter building, if you will, is closer to the chicken box, and this building's a little bit further away. So the idea of potentially reversing those, that's why we felt that this was more appropriate because of the context across the street on Dave Street. There's also a couple of other buildings. There is some variation in terms of height, but there are a couple more vertical buildings. So again, we feel that this is the right location for this building. One other point is that this building footprint actually is about 18 inches lower in terms of its finished grade, if you will, compared to Bayberry Court. Kind of goes up on a hill and then it kind of drops back down. Yeah, there's pictures here. I got a hard copy too, if you guys want to pass it. Back to drivers. Great. Oh, so I think that's pretty much everything we covered. So like I said, I think it's totally appropriate. It's not overly ornate, and I do think it will be contextual given the buildings on the street. Oh, this building. I actually love this building, by the way. But it is a vertical building. Essentially,
It's contemporary too.
yeah, it's from
80s, I
from
think.
Dave Street. Obviously, it's like basically a 3-story, but
I love that building so much in my youth, I think I might have slept next to it one night.
really, oh, I love it.
Owner of the chicken box before us. Built and designed it.
So I think that that's everything. Like I said, it's under 30 feet, really minimized third floor dormers, try to keep it simple, pretty much did everything the board had asked. So hopefully that was enough, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if it's okay with you, I provided comments last go around.
Yeah, go.
Okay. So from staff's perspective, appreciate the slight change in the height and the ridge, still tall for that side of the street. Appreciate the change from the gable dormers to the shed dormers, but still a boxy design with inappropriate modern porch. Also, their windows are 2/2, which is also a very modern concept. 6/6 would be more appropriate for the mid-island. Appreciate the photos of the structures within on Dave Street. That's very helpful. It just doesn't address the streetscape of the elevations. And just wanted to notate that this project is located within the planning board's mid-island overlay, which does contain additional site requirements. Obviously, Matt and his team will be aware of that, but I just want to notate that for the record. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Polly. Okay, folks, here we are. Who would like to begin?
Mr. Chair, really quickly, we're happy to go to 6/6 if the board feels that's more appropriate.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
What color is it?
We were thinking actually black sash.
What?
You knew you were going to get groans from that.
What did
one.
you say?
Black sash.
What about the trim?
We can go to a gray.
When you say go to, what is it now, white?
No, it's a black sash. I think it's natural trim.
Wait.
It's a natural
hang
trim.
Hang on. The sash are down as black. The trim is down as
I believe it's natural.
natural. Okay. All right. So yeah, we can comment on that because you know how we
I
feel
could go to
about black
gray.
and the natural. Okay.
I'll go.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Val.
I appreciate the reduction in height and the change to the shed dormers. I do think that that makes its stature right on the street a little bit less overwhelming. If we're going to use buildings on the street as our precedent, and the common seems to be the ones you want to keep pointing to, black would not fit in with that. They're all white trim, white this, white that. So I'd prefer gray, but anything other than black, I think, would make it not stand out as much as a new modern residential building next to all the commercial, very formal and little mini houses. And the 6/6 would be great.
Gray works too, by the
Yeah.
way. Gray's fine.
That's it.
Thanks, Val. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I can say a few things. I'm not sure about the 6/6, but it might be a little friendlier looking. I think the dormers up on the third floor, I wish those could be brought in and not be, looking like wings on the top there. I think the modern balcony and stair configuration, wonder if that couldn't be reduced somehow.
It's on the south side.
We could reduce the depth of it for sure. We do need the stair through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, for egress. But we could reduce the depth
Of the deck.
of the deck.
Okay.
At the back.
Thank you.
And I don't know, it's kind of simple. I kind of like it. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby.
I'll
Diane.
go. Yeah, I agree with the shed dormers should come in and not be so big. And for some reason or other, it's really dumb. On the west elevation, the little window F at the top of the first floor and the little window F on the down on the street level, one does not hang out under the other. If you could just move it over 2 shingles, it would be in line.
Sure.
I counted the shingles and
That is very observant.
I think that goes for all the sheds, and I think the 6/6s might be good. It wouldn't make it such a stark building with the chicken box behind it, and even are you doing away with the little band house?
Yes. Or
And-
moving it or demolishing it,
And
but
what's
it's in
his
pretty
name
rough shape.
who does the baskets is the next house?
He's not here anymore.
He's not here anymore? Okay. Well, shows you how old I am, but that's 6/6, fixing that window, shrinking the said dormers on the 3rd floor, and doing the gray trim, maybe gray and white, which would make it seem to fit in that area. That it's a hard area to do, but I appreciate what you've done. But it's going to be a very observed 2 buildings being there. And the chicken boxes kept their outdoor
Patio,
smoking spot, or
smoking
whatever
patio,
you
yeah.
want to call it.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's not
okay.
going anywhere.
That's what I have. And I think they discussed already on the west elevation, not having the deck go out so far.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
I would go along with that also. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. So I had this funny thought. I'm looking at the Bayberry Court stuff, which I think everybody agrees is like seriously ugly. The fake Greek revival and all that. This is a Bayberry courthouse that or building that it got dressed up to go to church. And it's, you know, it's sort of cleaned up its act and combed its hair and everything. And I really like the simplicity. And interestingly, like, so when you first did the idea of the 6/6, I said, great, because it's adding more detail. So love the detail on a big building. But this also really kind of reminds me of like a frontier house.
Yeah.
And frontier houses were Victorian houses, and the 2/2 that is like a seriously Victorian detail. And so I think that if you were to categorize this building, it would be a super stripped down, simple cottage Victorian, you know, which of course had its time out here. So I think for that reason, I actually like the 2/2s. I love the gray on gray trim, and I like the idea of paring back the rather large deck on the backside, even though it is on the backside. Those are my comments. So what are we thinking about those dormers?
I was going to actually ask, is it to reduce the width of them? Is that the request, or pushing them back into the face of the building? The only hesitation I have about pushing them back would be reducing, the windows would get smaller and they might start to look a little squat, but.
It's just this. Well, they're flush, right?
I
Really?
think
They just
they're
have
pretty
the
close
thing
to flush. I
going
think there
by.
might be 6 inches back from the face of the.
I think they're flush, Matthew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could push it back 6 inches. Because there is that eave. The eave is running continuous over it. There's a 6-inch overhang. So if we pushed it back 6 inches, it would be like 12. Our egress windows are thankfully on the gable ends, so those windows could be smaller.
Well, you could make them yeah. You know,
I'm sorry, what are you guys saying over there?
I can never remember.
Conditional building.
Happy to push it back off the face.
6 inches?
6 inches, yeah. That'll give us a
Well,
foot.
with that roof, with the steeper roof pitch like that, 6 inches is significant in terms of the amount of more roof you will see.
Yeah.
In my book. What do we think, guys?
I don't understand that.
You don't understand it?
No.
Pushing it back 6 inches?
How are you gonna see more roof?
Oh, on the side, on the eave.
Oh, right here, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think it's this side, it's looking at it on the flat like
Yeah,
this.
yeah, that's what I don't
But
like.
this is
Oh,
3
well,
feet.
hey, guys,
or 4 feet
you
back,
aren't, you're
so-
never gonna perceive it
Right.
like that.
I just, you don't think.
You need to
what
be
do
in
you
a
mean, just-
drone.
You need to be calm.
Well, I think we're
or
talking
drunk.
two things. One is to reduce the overall width of the dormer.
Yeah.
And then I think Val suggested taking the base of the dormer, pushing it
Yeah.
further in by 6.
Oh,
She doesn't know.
That
what-
wasn't Val, that was Abby.
I was wanted to bring it in a little bit off, but
I can do 6. I can do 6, 6, and 6 if you want. I think a foot over the overall width of the dormer.
Good.
And then push the face of it back by 6 inches.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Sounds good. I make a motion
I
to
could re-
approve it with 6 inches off the width and 6 inch and pushing the whole dormer back 6 inches.
And what about the colors and the
And the
window
color will be
pattern?
gray,
On gray.
on gray.
Just for the record, which gray are we using?
I think I typically like cobblestone,
No.
but if you have a preference, you tell me.
I kind of like Nantucket gray.
Yeah.
What about the
Nantucket gray.
windows, though? What color are those?
Those
The
would be
trim and
gray.
the sash
I
are
would
gonna be
do
the
everything.
same.
I would do
gray.
everything.
They would be gray.
Gray.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big building. I kind of want to keep it quiet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gray. So that
So-
would be gray.
Nantucket gray is fine. It would-
Yeah.
Good. So deck back,
3 feet.
3 feet back, 6 inches on the dormers, and gray trim. And how do we feel about 2/2 versus 6/6?
I'm a
I
2
think
over
6
2.
over 6 did in the neighborhood better.
I'm a 2 over 2.
We're split board.
I like the frontier, yeah.
This
There's
is not
no
the
2
frontier.
over 2 houses over there.
All right. Diane, where are you? Because I think.
I would like to see, I think it would soften the joining up the chicken box to 6 over 6.
Okay, well, I would have been fine with either one, so I'm going to be okay with the 6/6, even though I think historically there would have been a 2/2 to match this style. Anyway,
But historically, they didn't have big pieces of glass. That's why they had so many panes.
No,
They
Victorian era,
just
they did.
discovered that
The
they could do it, that's
Victorian
why they made the
had
big
2/2s. They were celebrating the larger
Right.
glass panes.
Because they were
Okay,
richer.
does somebody want to make a
Or they
motion?
figured
That
out how
was
to
my
do it.
motion.
Oh, that was your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so Diane has made a motion. I'm just going to recap here. So reduction of the depth of the deck, first and second floor by 3 feet. Pulling in the dormers 6 inches off of the face of the wall below and 6 inches narrower, both. And Nantucket gray trim and sash and doors. And
2 over 2.
6.
6
No,
over
no,
6.
6/6 is gonna gain the
Just
day.
kidding.
And then the
Oh,
3,
you're just joking. Well,
And
you
then the-
can dissent.
3-foot reduction on the deck.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, sorry, you already said it. Sorry.
Okay, that was the first thing I
Are you
said.
gonna write that?
Yeah, so that was Diane's motion. Okay, on Diane's motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, Abby's in. Okay.
Thank
Just
you.
can't seem to generate any
Building
controversy
2.
around here. Okay, so now let's do the other building. All right.
That has to be 6
Isn't
over
it
6.
the same
too.
as the?
No, the other building.
The other building's smaller, yeah, the other building's cake.
Yeah, I think you almost approved this building too.
Well,
But
we didn't because we were hoping they'd swap places.
Right.
yeah, honestly, for what it's worth, and I know not everyone may agree, but I do think that there's something about it that will work. But there's something about this building in particular where I felt if it was a 30-foot tall building, it would probably look very strange from the parking lot at Island Kitchen, which I know is not a highly trafficked area, although it actually is.
Everything down there is 30 feet.
I know. But again, I think the only thing that, with your permission, Mr. Chair, the only thing that you had suggested was add a pent roof or a shed roof over the front entry, and that's what we've done.
Okay, board, oh, actually, Holly, you got anything on this one?
Just thank you, Mr. Chair, that there's that previous comment still stand. You all had suggested switching the locations of the 2 buildings. But obviously 6 over 6 would be more appropriate. And I just wanted to mention too, for the record, that a portion, there's an application before you coming up to propose, because in this location it is part of the box. And that will be before you for partial demolition. And we'll be discussing that obviously at that time.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Board members.
It's approvable as is, with the colors matching.
This building?
The gray on gray.
The front building and the windows matching the front building.
No, I would go for that.
Okay, Abby, anything?
Well, yeah, because if we had done 2/2s on the last one, this one does look like a 6/6 to me. I mean, it's more cottagey, it's smaller, so I wish we'd done it that way, but I'm wondering about the trim and sash.
Not changing these to 6/6?
No, I would make these 6/6. It looks more like a 6/6 building, the proportions and everything. But I wonder about them being the same sash and trim. I mean,
I'm indifferent. Although-
I'm just throwing out there, this is a question. I mean, should they be different? They're different sort of.
If they were white and gray.
Well, and the box is red. I was about to say, yeah. The box is red.
Yeah.
So, and this building is directly next to the box and is used as part of the box. So, I mean, gray works, but it is the closest building to the box.
So you want it to be red?
No, I mean, we don't care. We don't want to change the chicken box.
Right.
Just for context.
And then the one down the hill is red too with the trim, the kooky one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They might have changed that.
Oh, you had red on here.
Uh-huh.
Red
Good.
sash, red
Oh,
doors,
I'll make a motion to approve with 6/6.
natural to weather trim.
Turns out there's a little bit of, I don't think the red is something that we wanted to do, and I think it may have been something we put on there mistakenly, but, and it also might be kind of difficult to get, so.
Yeah, I think it'll be, yeah.
So.
Can we stick with gray?
I think it should be natural trim with a gray sash, but not gray trim. So it should look old in the background.
A little different.
I'm actually okay with that.
Terry's not gonna hear a word you're saying.
We'll reiterate.
It's okay. Well, what?
So would natural trim gray sash work?
Yep.
It's different. It's not-
Anything, Abby?
I think that this trim should be painted. I'm okay with a 6/6, but I think the trim should be painted. But
Oh, you get to
Just one
sign,
of four.
that's the.
What happens
other-
if you wanted to paint it, what about having it platinum gray with the
So I would say you could either go gray trim, gray sash. The buildings look very different in terms of massing. The other alternative is you could go gray trim, black sash for this building. Sorry.
With the 6/6, that wouldn't look good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to throw out ideas.
How about white?
Well, smaller building, I
Yeah,
actually think,
smaller building, 6/6.
no.
I think it would stick out. I think gray trim, if you wanted to paint it, I think gray trim, gray sash is probably the
All
winner.
right, gray and
Okay,
gray.
let's move it if we can. I mean, I'm kind of okay with almost anything as long as the board is.
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I thought we already had the motion.
Did we?
Oh, we did?
You started the motion,
This is the first building.
but I don't think you
guess,
finished
building
it.
number one.
Yeah. Motion to approve with the window pattern becoming 6/6, gray trim, gray sash, gray doors.
Is that it?
And they have charcoal roof, which is.
Okay.
Go 3 tab.
All right, so on Val's motion, anyone in favor?
Aye.
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 Abby?
Aye.
Abby's in too. It's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all. All right, Sophie.
Yeah, most.
No, Sophie, come on, let's wait here, come on. You notice I'm stopping it right before our hour.
You got it. Come on up.
Oh, wait, Ben.
Yeah.
Oh,
Baby
well,
cakes.
Ben's here for after Sophie, I believe. Yeah. Benjamin, I'm afraid, I don't think we're gonna get to you. Oh, yeah.
I'm not on Sherburne Turnpike.
Well, you actually were about. I think that it was.
Okay.
Oh,
Here we go.
okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah, okay, so this one I have myself, Abby, Diane, Jesse, and Val, you're on it, right?
Yeah, I see in
says
the minutes
Welsh.
I am, okay.
No, it does not say Welsh.
It says good night.
Well,
Why do
We
you
know that-
leave
We know
early?
that Stephen had left.
You
at
need to
seven.
Oh, that's
Sit it
right,
out
you've left
till
at
the
7.
end.
Yeah.
Like the rest of the
Okay,
time.
Stephen, thank you. Thanks for hanging around.
Thank you,
Thanks for your vote of confidence.
The only other person that is permitted to leave, me, Abby, Jane, is nobody. You all have to stay. Sorry. Okay. Sophie, go.
So, overall, Val had proposed changing the massing strategy because you guys had thought it was a little bit too fussy, all of you had. So Val had proposed making the center mass larger and absorbing the two flanking masses, if you remember. You guys had all sort of liked that idea.
Oh, yeah, that's way better.
Abby had proposed adding shutters to the secondary masses too, to sort of, bring them throughout the house. So I did that. Shrunk the roof block, and then the main ridge line would be longer. Diane had felt that on the north side, there were the north elevation, there were 2 small windows on the second floor, and she felt that those needed to be larger. Esmeralda, can we just go to the next, one further down? Well, sorry, one more. There were the 2 second floor windows. You wanted those to be larger. So I made those changes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Do we have H7s? No H7, okay.
I'm good with it.
Abby's good.
Ditto.
There we go.
I am.
Wow.
Motion to approve.
It just simplified the whole thing and
No,
made
that's
it.
great.
We could have done
Really
Ben's, all of Ben's stuff too, and now he's gone. Jesse.
Aye.
Motion,
to approve as submitted.
There we go, thank you.
Wait, who was?
What?
Okay, yeah.
We
Oh,
got,
that's
we
not mine.
got 28
That's not mine.
India Street.
Hold on,
Bonnet,
folks.
Kelly,
So
and
Jesse made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. There you go, Sophie. The last application of the night.
We are going to do yours?
Oh,
There's no Lisa.
wait,
Lisa's not here.
I know.
no, she was gonna zoom in. But if she's gone, let's close it up. So is she not on there?
Terry, do we have to?
We'll probably have to do.
Terry,
minutes.
do we have minutes?
Well, here, I'll tell you.
For August 2nd, yes.
Motion to approve August 2nd minutes.
That's a motion to approve the minutes
Aye.
of August 2nd. All those in
Aye.
favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. There we
And
go.
motion to
Go ahead, John.
return.
Aye.
John McLaughlin has just made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor of John's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?